Right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. So this one at the America time as CM the talk come, So I appreciate you all. So let's see how long we can talk for, between the next 1 or 2 hours. But on this time, okay, somebody is on the backstage. Let me add you in. I'll post out a link again. Don't worry, don't worry. Please help us to share and like. Thank you very much. Now, to Naija, I go hand over this particular broadcast. So, my people, I'll post out a link for new person, the new people to come in. Thank you. If you know, say you know be from the America. Go sleep, oh. If you know, say you know be America, the America, go sleep. So I'll post out the link soon. So Tunaja, back to you. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Um, yeah, yeah, thanks to everyone on the panel. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the way these our leaders are busy, jackbarring and traveling everywhere. And but P2B is hanging around and doing his best to win this case. So this thing that they are doing, we need to find a way to stop it. And part of the struggle we will have to go through in terms of getting all these things done is going through organizations on the ground in Nigeria too. From links that we'll have inside the people that are passing the laws, and people like the NLC. NLC, I really consider them very powerful in Nigeria. They are a powerful organization, and I really wish we can get one of their people to come over on the channel to talk to us, because now they are also talking about postponing subsidy removal. They are suspending it already. When they suspend things in Nigeria, God knows what is going to happen again. There are so many things they are postponing. The census, they are not doing it anymore. Um, this is how
Please, Tunaja, please hold on.
yeah.
We have our mommy in the building, Mama HO in the building. Good evening, mommy. How are you doing?
Now, good evening, and thank you for everything you guys are doing. May the good Lord continue to bless all of you, keep all of you,
Amen.
and sustain every one of us until we get our new Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, Tunaja, they hand over this screen. No, America people. Now we invite to, if you know, say they Europe, go sleep. Uh-huh. All right, then.
Mm.
Go ahead, Tunaja. Thank you.
Yeah, so the idea is that we have to prepare for whoever is who is going to be in office to deal with all this problem. I believe Nigeria is facing a potentially great time in the next 4 years if we get it right within the next couple of months. Because the Dangote refinery is coming on stream, and if the this in the pipeline that they are building goes as hell as we are expecting it to go, because some of them have already made it to the north, a lot of power generation companies will be able to generate power in Nigeria now to be supplying in Nigerian people electricity. So electricity output is likely to increase in the coming years in Nigeria if we don't screw it up. And all these things, we are watching it happen right before our eyes, and we let them screw everything up, and then they will keep us like for the next 10 years. And there is also the prospect of refineries, the Nigerian refineries, because NNPC has been made a kind of private company now. So if they can fix those refineries, you know, because it's running now like a company, not like a national institution anymore, then it's going to compete with Dangote, and the subsidy removal that will be done will not have that much of an impact. And can you imagine, for Nigerian refinery, four of them start being functional, and Dangote refinery come on stream, pipeline through the country? You don't need to do it as any leader. You don't even need to do too much. Nigerians will feel the change, because the amount of money we waste on subsidy is ridiculous. $10 billion. We can use it to start. You know what? Tinubu can buy all the hospital in France, buy his doctors and bring them to Nigeria. You know, with 1 billion, he could bring all his dollars, so he doesn't have to travel anymore. Our president don't have to travel anymore. So all these things, the discussion should be about how we are going to strategize to deal with some of all these things. And obviously, Peter Obi is going to be in the middle of it. One way or the other, he's going to be in the middle of all these things. And this is one of the reasons why they are targeting him. You see how they went after Imran Khan yesterday in Pakistan. People that want to fix things, they go after them. They will try to go after them. And I hope the Nigerian military there and establishment, they are watching it. All these people that are thinking that they are going to go and carry P2B anyhow they like, and they think they are going to get away with it. It's not going to happen. No. It's not going to happen the way they are expecting. And some of all these people that are supporting Tinubu, that think that, you know, the obedience are stupid. They say things, they don't understand how mature the obedient groups have behaved. You know, they've really acted very, it's crazy. I'm not even sure any political parties candidate has behaved this well before. You don't see them attacking people. You don't physically, I mean, you don't see them thinking, oh, let's go and riot on the street because their candidate didn't win. You don't see any of those things. They are going through the political process, having debates like this online, constantly on YouTube, on Twitter, everywhere. They are doing everything they are supposed to be doing. That, for me, I consider that one of the most mature movements I've seen, including in America, in the UK. One of the most mature movements are the obedience movement I've seen. That is crazy to be able to say. So I think that Peter Obi doesn't have much to apologize for. He really doesn't. But I understand why he's doing it. You see what I mean? So, CM, if you have anything to add, you can go ahead.
Well, on the this thing, on the refinery issue, I remember what Pat Otomi proposed one time. I don't know whether it's still relevant now, it's still feasible. He said, I think that should be 2018 or 2017, or maybe even before then. He said, this is our refinery. Why not put it on sale for as little as, even if it's 1 kobo, but with a condition? Whoever buys it, 60% of the workforce must be Nigerians. He said that way, because it will be domestic supply. We sell the petrol here. The workforce, it is 60 or 65. He said that is the thing. We are selling it, almost giving it to you free. But we want you to turn it around 60%, because the moment you employ up to 60, 70% Nigerians, they pay tax. That tax goes back to government. You generate. That's the way he's listening to Pat Otomi even before now. So that's what he said, and I'm trying to say whether it's still feasible now. But that was his proposal because of that refinery. On the issue of refinery, when Peter Obi comes, you see, I believe in turning at disadvantage to advantage. Call those Niger Delta guys. Wike is disturbing, say they are illegal. They are doing this. Yes. They are illegal because no law covers them. Bring them into the law and then give them blueprint so that if it's environmental degradation, you tell them, we are not going to arrest you. Just refine your system. Instead of you being 100 of you doing it, why not bring yourself only 5? You form a group, only 5 doing it. You do it well. Because the technology they are using could be indigenous, could be anything. After all, those illegal ones they are using, the fuel they refine, they sell it, and people are using it in their cars. So the product, the outcome is still acceptable. The only thing is you tell them, say, look at why we now want to, because not everything you criminalize. You don't criminalize everything. People are carrying laptops, say they're doing Yahoo Yahoo. Okay, come. You can be in Aba or Lagos in one make face me and face you building and be transferring money all over Portugal. Come. The software you are using, we want you now to do it in a way that any money leaving an NPC, we will see it. Can you do it? They say yes. That is, you are trying to tap their brain, use it positively. In that case, the chap will now know, oh, they really know something. Somebody told me that India was Yahoo Yahoo. Later, and this issue of Yahoo Yahoo they were doing, but later they tell the president, Engineer Ken, either their president now sort of called them and channeled them, tell them this is what to do. So I believe that our strength as a country lies in the talent we have, not really natural resources, but the talent. Just tell them, you do what Ngige, use what Ngige formula. Ngige became governor of Anambra State. He went straight to Iweka, invited the head of Agbero and the team, say, look, this is your car, this is this. I don't want to hear any Takame again in Anambra. The man, that is the end. That was how he said, go and tell your boys, anytime I hear anything again, disturbing people, don't move. That was how Ngige. So there's a way you can turn a disadvantage, because Nigerians, when the economy is poor, the people are poor, you are like, the crime will be high. Poverty breeds crime. Go anywhere. Even if in any country you go to where they call ghetto, you see crime, there is poverty there. So Nigeria, there's no way you fight Nigerian crime with guns and bullets. All you need to do is you to target poverty to eradicate it. Bring the people into, tell them not everything you criminalize. Just bring them in. They will be surprised that they thought that they had been forgotten. You now tell them, look, this is what we want you people to do. Put that your energy in this way, then eventually things will things will start turning around. So
one thing I notice is that sometimes you can even have poverty, but as long as people have hope, things are improving, the crime rate reduces just by that alone. Because now they will have hope, they want to work and do the right thing. Because if you look at like nations like India, there's a lot of poverty there. But because there is hope that things are heading in the right direction, they are becoming stronger and stronger every single day. You see that the people toe the line even more. So our leaders need to give our people hope. They need to show signs that things are moving in the right direction. The behavior will change. That young man or lady that wants to think about leaving to UK or Canada or whatever might reconsider and think, okay, maybe it's not such a good idea for me to go and start wiping elderly people's backsides instead of remaining here teaching and being a lecturer, stuff like that. You see what I mean? So we need hope, and Nigeria has a lot of potential for hope this year. For me, the landmine is this trial that is going on right now. This tribunal stuff, and for me, it reminds me almost of 1993. 1993 was a very, very important year for hope in Nigerians. Nigerians all over the country voted for one candidate, and boom, these people just imploded the country. And this is why I really commend the Obedient movement for restraining themselves. They didn't allow anything to tempt them into creating a situation whereby the country is imploding or any serious tension in the air like that. This was Peter Obi's doing. And I can't even believe Lai Mohammed goes about talking about, Peter Obi is a treason and all that nonsense. But if Peter Obi wasn't in this campaign, God.
Look at the answer he gave him. He said, Onisha, my minister is going to tell them wasting money. Why not use it and build six?
It was like, why did he travel there?
He said, I'm here. You tell EFCC to come and they arrest me. I'm here in Onisha. Why going to America to tell them of treason when I'm here? Come and take me at Onisha. The money you wasted in entering maybe first class play because they can't take economy now. He said you should have used to stay in your village. There may be a classroom of a block of 6 classrooms. It will construct. You see, this is the type of something we are talking about. The thing is, crime in Nigeria, I believe, if you start addressing poverty, crime will die. It will drastically be reducing. And do not. Sometimes there are crimes that you can say, for instance, this issue of illegal refinery. I don't see why we can't. Now we get the crude oil. Now we refine them. Now they use them. If George Bush could say that he won't sign, he will never sign any agreement that will put the Americans out of job. As long as all this climate change they talk, when we look at it and we feel that it's affecting our job because we are low. The world won't come to our aid. We have to help ourselves practically. So this refinery issue should have been from these illegal ones. Bring them in, then encourage them.
They don't plan on using our youth. I've been to a competition where there was. Mama Echu wants to say something. Sorry, go ahead. What do you want to say?
Can I ask a question? Do we really think that these people thing that there is in Nigeria. Because if you go to other countries, even there is corruption, but there's a limit to what you can do than you stand and totally destroy your own land. This is a massive destruction. It's not war, but it's massively have been destroyed. The whole pillars that hold the country, our military is gone.
Yeah.
They are no longer proud. Nothing in them. They are giving their best, but the country has been bastardized. They can't even eat 3 square meals a day. The so-called military people that are fighting this war, they can't eat 3 square meals a day. The question I now ask again, are these people Nigerians?
Where they are.
They are physically Nigerians, but they are politically foreigners, because clearly, if you look at their behavior, they are beholden to foreign people, clients that are directing them on what to do. You just look at the way the rate at which, I don't know the last time Sunak traveled even. The rate at which these people travel overseas is so alarming. And I don't know how we somehow allow this culture to build and we didn't question it enough. And everybody's at it because they are doing it. Everybody else is at it. They think it's a thing to do. But they don't even understand that at the leadership level, when you are doing that kind of stuff, it's really questionable that your leaders are in foreign lands that are disproportionately more powerful than your country. It means that they can easily be compromised, and guess what? You are surprised with what you are saying, and I agree with you that it looks like a war zone. Because how can a country like Nigeria have life expectancy of 53? That is, it's like so if you look at some statistics, it actually shows 52. That is crazy. There are countries that are at war that don't have that kind of life expectancy. So these leaders have governed us so badly, and they really needed to do that, because Nigerians are one of the most dynamic people. They really needed to make sure we don't even do as well as Benin Republic in terms of life expectancy. Because Nigerians, if you give them a chance, this country is going to transform Africa. But these leaders are just sitting on our heads. I tell you, sometimes when I go out, I feel like I don't even want to say good evening to any one of them. Even the innocent ones too. I'm like, where were you? That because I'm so furious with what these people have left for us to inherit, and this problem that we have to figure out a way to solve. Sorry, Mama Hecho, go ahead. I know I saw you. I saw your hand. Sorry about that. You know.
I'm glad we've come to this level of understanding.
Okay.
That my children are not criminal. I'm glad we've got to this level where we know that even their criminal behavior, we can turn it around for good. So I'm happy that we are having this discussion, because I've ever seen my children from the eyes, from this perspective, that if given the opportunity we have here, they will excel. So I'm so happy we are having this conversation. And I'm grateful to God, whether they like it or not. The mandate will come to us, and we'll start building a Nigeria of our dreams. When we give them the value those children deserve, those younger generation deserve, and we give them the good leadership they will emulate, dropping criminality will not be a talk of war. And if we can help to rechannel their knowledge, it takes a smart person, a very smart person, to sit in one mushroom, there in Lagos, there in Delta State, there in Edo State, to be able to convince somebody in the Western world, and they will release the money. And it's not once.
Madam Esho, why Edo State?
The example in the give now.
No, that example get meaning. You
Okay,
know, because
okay.
Why are you concerned?
freedom of
No,
speech.
I beg, Edina, let her finish, I beg.
You were talking like this quiet.
No, I dare here. No interjection, I beg. Let her finish. Go ahead, Mama Isho.
If you lie, hate those children. In as much I don't support their activities, but I want to tell you that that brain is not a waste brain. It's a brain that we can use and provide a platform for them to be building this form that you use. They are capable. If only they are given you a chance and the opportunity. They are capable of building this laptop that I'm using to talk to you. But because we neglect them, we look at them as downtrodden. We took the value of human being from them, and they want to revenge, and they want to leech in the society. So when we have the right government, we'll be able to sit at the table with them and say, look, our insecurity we can address our insecurity in 6 months. Because the people perpetuating it are this group of people. Give their value back to them. Bring them in and say, look, what you have, let's develop it in the technology world. You will see how the insecurity we are talking about will just go overnight. Then we'll be able to differentiate those who are really criminal-minded from those who are into criminality to survive. I know what I see every day here.
Good point. Good point.
I know what I see every day on this my phone. Some of the young men, they are attracted to me because they want relationship. Good and fine, come. I will use that you are attracted to make you to be who God wants you to be. Because I understand their mind. My mother has prepared me for this. When she was saying I didn't understand. She said, my daughter, before you marry, many men go chase you. Don't ever insult them, but respect them. So when they come to me with this mindset, me, I know that is what they are coming for. But I've made up my mind. How do you now use what they are looking for to rechannel them into what God destined them for?
Sorry, you wanted to ask a question?
To just add to what she's saying, the problem we have in Nigeria, majority of these graduates were not meant to go to university.
Exactly.
That is our problem. Majority of those doing these tech things were not meant to go to university because the government did not provide
technical mind. They are supposed to
technical
go to technical schools.
If you go to, I work as an architect in Nigeria. If you come to your site in Nigeria, you are building a house, you will find Togolese, Senegalese doing the jobs. An average Nigerian youth can't carry block.
Mm-hmm.
I came to the UK last year. The way they rate bricklayer here is like someone that has a PhD.
It is because
even a plumber, electrician, they all have skills. Because they have that skill, they value their work.
Yes, because their job is dignified. Labor is dignified in the Western world, but in our own upbringing, we bring down this category of people. So part of the things we want to propose is that let every labor be dignified. You don't look down on somebody because the person is doing home care. I have 2 people that, because of my disability, I have 2 people that help me here. Home care, a man and a lady, but their job is dignified. But do we do that at home? We will call the house girl or mother, and we humiliate them. So these are some of the things we need to say back home to whoever that, anyway, not to whoever. When President Obiko, we go sit down. We go sit and down so that all these channels will become job dignified. It's not everybody that's supposed to go to university. A lot need to go to technical school because that is where their brain is channeled for. And everybody needs to be respected. Whether you get bachelor degree or you get a technical school, vocational thing, let us respect all this job. Once we bring that dignity into labor, we will excel. see, I can, if everything fall like 10 years, Nigeria will compete with the global world. I am dealing with this younger generation, what they have up here. If only we can give them the platform. If only we can create that environment. Look at the NNPC we are talking about here. Those people they call illegal miner or refinery. Let us give them, let us bring them in and give them law to protect their trade. And we will change up the story. My Niger data boy that I carry Kelebe, create security outlet for them. Computerize it and digitalize it. They will do the job that these police people are doing so that we can let the police do their real police work. And these people will begin to do this bodyguard that all this well-to-do women, husband and unwanted. We can do this and the policemen will focus on police job. To Nigeria, waiting until they call you, sis, make you call me, we'll put together when you know they answer me.
No, see, they answer you now. We they here now. See, don't worry. We will talk about that one. With your plan, you just real. You are quite brilliant. You know, people underestimate you sometimes. The way, and see, what you just described just now is quite a clear strategy that one could use to deal with some of our problems, some of our serious problems. What we have in Nigeria is that people say a lot of things like they mean well. But when they get into office, then they switch because now everybody's on their case. You are there to make money for our family. You are there to make money for our people. You have to get a national cake. All that pressure. These are the kind of things we really need to start dealing with from now so that the listeners and us here that are present will start understanding what we are up against. Because you have to have a level of commitment that goes beyond money, that goes beyond today. That is for the future and saving the past of our people, because this is a do or die situation here that we are in, and our country has been run to the ground. As our people have been run to the ground, the entire continent, sub-Saharan Africa, is being run to the ground because of this, and we have a duty to try to change the direction of these things, because it will be one of the most catastrophic failure of humanity. When a people numbering 1 billion strong cannot be able to figure out their way out of a problem.
But the truth is this, the other African countries are looking on to us, Nigeria, because they know when we get it right, they will automatically fall in place.
Not really.
Let me show you. Let me just reveal some numbers, just in case we're having discussions for other times. Because this information that I found, my mouth was open. Because you know when the ministers were saying that we have 3 million Nigerians in Sudan, I was like, how did we manage to have 3 million Nigerians in Sudan again? And you know, we talk about having a lot of Nigerians in the Niger Republic, but it's not that we have 130,000 Nigerians in Niger, but in Benin, 6 million. I was like, how? It's like we own Benin Republic then. We basically own Benin Republic. 6 million Nigerians in Benin Republic, and in Cameroon, 4 million. And before we Nigerians, especially us in the South, you hear some people start saying, "Oh, Nigerians are in Benin. Many of the Benin Republic and Niger Republic are coming to Nigeria from the north and not the rest." Ask yourself, whom are these Nigerians that are in the neighboring countries? They are mostly Southerners. They are in Benin Republic and in Cameroon. They are mostly Southerners. They are not Northerners that are doing these things. So I just thought I should highlight that information, because I've heard many people talk about this conspiracy from the north. But if you look at it, next door is 6 million is a lot. Benin is not very heavily populated. 6 million Nigerians, we own the country. So I just thought I should highlight that anyway. That said, I agree with you, Mama Esho, and some of the things you say, and sure, most of the stuff you say, actually, what am I saying? Some of them, most of the stuff you say is actually spot on, and this is why I always say your voice has to be out there. Yes.
Can I interject a little bit? Sorry.
Of course, go ahead. This is
a
fair conversation.
We have, every one of us have a good plan, a good strategy, a good stuff. I was opportune to work in an NGO with Mayegun. There's one Mayegun The other Mayegun, not the Mayegun that have a channel, but another Mayegun and the daughter to Abiola Symbiat. We call it NIX. We call the organization NIX. We were about to training a leadership training, try to train our youth how to grow up and know how to do things on their own, create things on their own. We want to change their mental orientation about their country. But do you know the obstacle we met? We met an obstacle of serious corruption and serious, a mindset of it is only the physical cash that an average Nigerian youth knows about. They don't want to hear, but all they know is money. That is in the western side. When we went to the east, that is where we saw how wealth, the desire to participate and create wealth out of nothing. So we're having a very big problem because the percentage we had was that we had 70 to 30. It's a big margin that don't want to do anything but to handle physical cash. But they don't know where it comes from. They don't care. If they look up to the politician that, they are.
I think you are 100% right.
Especially the generation that have been born since this democratic period.
When you see,
let me say something. You see, Black man, you are 100% correct. Correct. But the thing is this, in my work so far, it is the Southerner. The Southerner, the core South. When you talk of Delta, Edo State, Bayelsa, Port Harcourt. But when you come to the West, when you go towards Ibadan, they are seeking for opportunity. When you go towards Kwara, they are seeking for opportunity. When you now go towards the North, they are seeking for opportunity like this. But the core South, oh my God.
Madam Esho.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not here to debunk you. I'm here to support you. When I say, why do you call Edo State, I was just trying to crack a joke. You see, what you just said is true. I own a business in Nigeria for over 25 years. I invested a lot in it.
And nothing came out.
When I say a lot, if I start calling it, it's like maybe I'm just lying. In 2018, about 6 of my staff they stole a product and adulterate those products. I do some haulage with Dangote, just to take from Calabar down to Obajana in Kogi. I have to pay about 76 million naira back to Dangote. Yeah, it has happened twice. Some of them were caught by EFCC. Some of them were caught by National Guard Patrol. In the corral of the Army, the GSS, the Civil Defense, and the police. And we then seize all these bad products. When these guys go back to the creek and buy these adulterated products and use it to mix up the good products that they took from the seaport, either in Calabar or in Port Harcourt, so they will mix it up to become a lot of product. Like if they load about 50,000 liters, they will buy the same 50,000 liters of bad product from these creek guys, and they will now mix it up together. They will now give them about 100,000 liters of 2 products, of the same product. They will now have it surplus to make more money. But if the Federal Patrol catch them doing all these things, they will take the product, they will seize it, and they will sell it back. They will sell it back again to the streets. There are some certain Northerners, the Hausa people, or let me don't use Hausa. There are certain Northerners that comes from the north that has the connect with the DSS, with the EFCC, and with the Civil Defense Corps that buys all these seized products from them, and we take it back again to
Exactly.
To the north or to the street to sell.
Exactly.
You see, I've lost so many. I've lost a lot of millions, if it's not going to billion, with these guys. So these are the very big problem we have in that our region, that formerly Bended state. Now that formerly Bended state, when you come from that River Niger Bridge, all the way down to Bayelsa, Port Harcourt, Warri, coming down to Benin, that ended between Benin and the Yoruba land. Our greed, our hunt for money is extraordinary.
Extreme.
You will see a 16 years old boy want to drive.
You want to drive
a Jeep. I've arrested. They have sent some to prison, and I'm tired.
Like, okay, sorry, sir. Like I was saying, there is a friend. He has secured the business over here. He has secured the supplier back home. At least he should be loading at least 3 trailers in a month. And now the question is this: everybody will benefit. The farmer will benefit. You that are loading it will benefit. All this group of people supposed to get job through this. Do you know what happened?
Yes.
They now decided to be loading stone inside of the product. Then, let me use as it is. An Hausa guy who saw this, who this person over here has been good to, now call this person say, your people, the people now that are loading at Yoruba, your people want to load stone for you. He did the video of the whole thing and sent it to him. When he discovered that his own people want to load stone for him, he now canceled the whole business.
The whole thing, yeah.
Now, surprisingly, maybe you would think that this one that reported is a good person, Abi. Less than how many months he duped this person.
Oh God.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is reality.
This is what they call.
This is a very big problem. If you are on ground, it's a very big problem.
Yeah, Tunaga, a year and 8 months ago in Port Harcourt. In Port Harcourt, one of my driver did another one again. That about 50,000 liters. That time diesel was going for about 1,000 naira per liter, making about 50 million naira. So it was caught. The lawyer that I took in Port Harcourt, that's supposed to be fighting for me to release. This guy was collecting money. He was collecting money from me to fight to release the product and the truck. He was using my money to go behind me. Wanted to buy the product again.
Now, merry-go-round.
Engineer.
Yeah.
Engineer, you see this all this discussion. While I was in Nigeria, I saw it live.
Yes.
I stay in Delta State.
Everybody seems to have seen this live.
I stay in Warri.
Not the smart thing,
Not the smart. What do they talk?
So bad.
It looks like a fun, but it's not fun, though.
No, the issue.
The very big issue. It's Kasara.
Everybody, please. Everybody is talking at the same time. Can somebody is responding to what you said? Let us listen now.
Yes.
Nigerian police. I'm giving you live. This is what they didn't tell me. I saw it myself. Nigerian police. There's a place called Ubuangwe in Warri. Water side. If you go there, you will see car trailer. Once product gets to that place, DPO, all the DPO, know that there's product. All the Nigerian police vehicle keep going there to collect their court. After they collect their court, you see a small road. You see trailers, as if they're going to go and take one thing in document. Like when you go there, the trailers have special tanks that has been welded under it. They will load them. You can count up to 50 trailers coming to that place. The road that was started as because of that activity, they spoiled the road. You will see DSS, you will see civil defense, you will see police. I can tell you, I sat down one day, I counted 50 police cars from morning till night. So when will it stop? When will it stop? And if you go to the river, you are going to, maybe I'm going to Escavos, I'm on the boat going to Escavos, you will see police boats. They won't chase you. It is you with the product that will drive your boat and go and meet the police and settle. Then you now go.
Wow.
They have checkpoints on the river where we have army. The army is there. Army is not chasing you. You will see drive that
on the river. Checkpoint on the river.
Yes, I'm telling you.
Yes, of course now.
River. There's checkpoint on the river. You have soldiers.
This is the first time we're hearing it now. They have checkpoints in water too.
So
on the water
when
checkpoints.
Now only hair remain, aeroplane remember they don't get checkpoint.
When you carry the product from the creek, they don't need to chase you. You will drive your boat to your products and go and pay. There is no route you want to pass. They have normal routes. They have pipeline routes. When you want to thief, they will pass the pipeline. Once the water level is gone up at night, that's when they pass, and the soldiers are there waiting. So all the routes they know.
Yeah.
That's why Kompolo can say he knows all the points.
Yeah, and let me shock you guys. You know, for the past 10 years in Nigeria now, for the past 10, 15 years, the reason why we have fuel, that is fuel, kerosene, and diesel, is because of this creek.
Yes.
That is why we've been having them a lot, and they have not been scarcity. You see, since when Peter Obi raised that alarm, that is the Nigerian government that are the ones stealing their own thing, selling it in offshore for higher purchase and making that money, putting in their own pocket. That was how they want to go and bring John Polo, you know, to do all those like scenario to look like maybe they are working. They started blocking a lot of creek. When you walk, we started blocking a lot of creek, then we start losing products. There was shortage of diesel, petrol in the gas station. So automatically the price just jump up.
The problem I see here. It is our local refinery guys. They were the one making it possible for everyone to have products to use. Why the Nigerian government and the elite politicians, they were busy stealing the products, taking it as a crude oil to abroad, you know, to refine, and taking 95% of the money into the different bank accounts. There is this case that is tied to the property that this.
Please, when you finish, remember that Mama Yeshu could not finish that statement.
Her
let
point.
Her finish it.
Yeah.
Please let everybody finish their statement. At least, you know.
I get where you're coming. You know, because generally I tend to, you know, but I will go with your structured approach. All right. So Mama Ejo, finish what you were saying so that we can go to either CJ or Prince Akwachi. He hasn't said anything at all.
I think you've made me lost my line of thought. So go to somebody else and let me gather my brain.
All right. Thank you, Mama Echo. CJ, are you there? Do you have anything to add to the discussion?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, welcome. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so
on
much.
Theft.
Yeah,
on theft.
Okay, I think if Nigerians have been subjected to abject poverty. So anything is expected because they are all trying to survive. Many of us do not know what many Nigerians are passing through because whatever Nigerian government touches dies. Honestly. Sometimes we compare ourselves with some other countries that were poor, you know, that found themselves in the situation we find ourselves today. But believe me, we cannot really compare Nigerians or ourselves with these countries that we are very poor, even before things start turning around. Believe me, some countries like India, there was a time in India I tried to make calculations of okay, at the time, Indians were so poor as we are right now. They have good hospitals, right? They have good roads. They have 247 electricity. Okay. What can Nigerians boast of now that they have? Many of them cannot even eat 2 square meals a day. Do you know that today in China, if you maybe you are a rich man and you want to put something like a satellite dish, do you know that the government will come to your house and pull down that satellite dish? It has been like that for many years. But today, if you see someone mounting satellite dish in Nigeria, it's like the person is rich or something like he's okay. He wants to put satellite dish, but no. The idea in China why they have to pull down that satellite dish is because if you're moving into any house, there's an outlet that the moment you socket it to your television, you receive more than 100 channels. You don't have to go and pay extra money to watch Premier League or other leagues in the world. So today, someone going to DSTV to go and pay so much money in order to watch Premier League is something that all of us should start thinking of, because Nigerian government allowed these foreigners, these companies to come and rip Nigerians off. Before we have GSM in Nigeria, a lot of people who are doing business, some of them have to travel all the way from wherever they are to Lagos to go and make an international call. I don't know if there's anyone that remember when those days.
I do. I do.
So in a place like India, while I was in India, I made calculation of what they pay when you mount something. It's like just the same receiver decoder that we used to receive DSTV. If you mount it, you will receive nothing less than 200 channels. In that 200 channels, you watch anything you want to watch in the world: CNN, all the Premier Leagues, everything that is happening in the world. But you know the equivalent of money, what it costs them? About 2,000 naira every year. Something that some Nigerians do pay like 20-something to 30,000 naira monthly to watch every channel you want. And the South African country, that have DSTV is milking us dry. The only thing that will benefited from that, which I still believe that is evil, is all this Big Brother Niger nonsense. I even haven't watched that for one day. So the thing that Nigerians are passing through is what they're passing through is too much. In India today, even the very poor people, they have electricity. They don't cry about the electricity they're having. So we have a lot to talk about the state of Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you. Man, in terms of corruption, what I found, I'm just looking at is that.
I haven't really finished.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So sorry about that. The call is coming in. So what I'm trying to say is that Nigerians are good people, because that's the point I'm trying to drive at. Nigerians are good people, but the only, like what Mama H is saying, is until you give us justice, you give us a fair ground to trade. That is when you will start now trying to bring out the shafts who are actually the real criminals in Nigeria. But under the same system we find ourselves, a lot of us are trying to survive. Someone who wasn't a criminal may accidentally think of his child dying, his child not having not paid school fees for his child. A lot of stuff he put into consideration and want to pick up a phone and sell it so that his family can eat. Under those circumstances, you cannot really judge that person to be evil. You see, because that person is trying to for his family or her family to survive. So, but what happened today in Nigeria is that we have a system where the rich ones put many of us into serious poverty and it turns many of us to start thinking negatively. Trying to do something, anything to survive. I think that's what I have to say now.
I agree that Nigerians are good people, but sometimes good people do wrong things, and when you don't correct them, just like a good child, when you don't correct it, you create more room for others to commit further crimes. Not to mention the actual person that just committed the crime. And if you look at some of the toughest countries in against corruption in China, they actually execute people because of this is corruption, bribery. You could get executed for
Jonah,
bribery.
Jonah, yeah,
Vietnam, the same thing.
you said correct. Yes, the only way we can correct this that is on ground is giving people opportunity to make a legitimate living.
Exactly.
If we don't do that, forget it.
That's true.
Just like CJ said, a lot of these people don't do it because they want to do it. They do it because they want to survive. And every human being has the instinct of survivor in them. And the politicians, they know. That is why they continue to use us to do these dirty things for them, because they will give us peanut to do it to survive. Majority of the things my children are doing, they are not doing it for them. They are doing it for one big man. Look at all the atrocity committed in Rivers State during the election. Sponsored by Wike. Who did the sponsor? Wike. Who did the atrocity? My children. And why did they take it from Wike? They want to survive.
And where did Wike get it from?
Wait, we'll come to that. Then come to services we are talking about. The internet services, all these services they do. You notice that all these telecommunication companies are in our country exploiting our people in the watch of our government. And yet they don't even receive services the way they should. What they can't do in their country of origin, they brought it to Nigeria. They will tell them to pay unlimited for 1 month. A typical Nigerian will pay unlimited for 1 month, and it will be 2 weeks or 1 week. Can they do it over here? When I buy unlimited here, I use it for the 30 days, and nobody is talking. But here they talk because there is regulation. So these are all the abnormality that we need to stop when Obi coming, because they can't continue to exploit our people, and because they are surviving, they now do all this atrocity to pay these telecommunication people, to pay all these internet service people, because they want to be in social media too. So we are
ordinarily a country like Nigeria, is it like what?
Let's keep it short so that you know how Nigeria was instructed, so that Ike can speak. I don't know whether I got his name right. The one with the tall hat.
Sorry.
So go ahead.
Yes, you can. Okay, let him speak now. Let me give.
Yeah. Okay.
When they finish.
Yeah. Mr. Nigeria, if you can take this thing down so I can get his name. The one with the tall hat, you can go ahead. Prince.
Are you calling me the tall hat? Hey, so that's my name now. Hey,
that's your party hat. You know now. Okay,
well,
go ahead. What do you think?
Good evening, guys. Pretty much, I think you guys have said it all. I love listening. That's one way of that's one way of winding down. As you can see, I'm currently in the traffic. It's kind of like go back home time, so it's expected. However, corruption in Nigeria is a very painful thing. It's hurts me to even hear them call or complain and all that kind of a thing. Um, Pretty much the politicians are just there just to siphon the money, and then keep people in poverty, because they know the more they put them in poverty, the more money they will be able to embezzle and do things that they want to do. However, I am an ardent solicitor for the fact that, when I mean solicitor, I mean for us to understand the people back home. 2021, I traveled, that was December. I know what I saw. I know right from the airport, to the town, and, and then other places. From the airport, you see about 10 people come for how many bags? Like 3 bags. And they keep dragging among themselves. And you're like, what is going on? What is these people doing? But you don't want to scare them. You don't want to shout on them and all that kind of a thing. And then even when you settle them, they will tell the other one, no, you are not among this one, go, so that he will settle you too. At the end of the day, I keep, sharing good thing. I had more that I could share to them. But the most surprising thing is that going down the airport, you see some military men there. Those ones, they will pretend as if they want to help you to stop your vehicle or whatever it is. At the end of the day, they come behind and then they bargain with you. They tell you, oh, sir, what do you have for us? And all that kind of a thing. So in all, it's hunger. It's not easy. So I implore every one of us, if we can do anything to help, that would be so nice. That would be so nice, because if we wait on the government, they're not gonna do anything. They're not gonna do anything. That's why they're bringing a Bala Blue. Bala Blue is just because they want to hide behind him and steal more, because they already know he's a criminal. So they will hide behind him and steal more, just like they're doing in Cameroon. So that's all I can say for now. Please, anybody, if you can help people back home, please.
Okay, thank
Can
you,
I interject?
Prince. Who is that?
It's Black.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to interject in all because of that last statement on where it stand on. He said, help them. My brother, we all have been helping. It is our resources that we sent home that has been surviving that country you are seeing there. Like I could remember about 4 or 3 months ago, it was the money accrued from diaspora that they share among the damn states. How long are we going to be helping and not change that state as it is today? If we keep on helping, we are causing more harm than good for them. We all came from there. We are like a survivor that is in the middle of the ocean, but we survived. We got to make sure that the ocean is clear of the shark so that they can survive. That is what we should do. Change the narrative, change the system, like what we are doing now with Peter Obi coming there. If we don't change it, our name will become help, 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 help. And there will be an increase in crime. That's all.
Yeah, it's a bottomless pit now. If the system is not changed, sooner or later, Nigeria has to be self-sustaining and has to be a nation like every other nation in the world. The people in Nigeria are some of the most intelligent and energetic and ambitious people. We need to tap into that for the betterment. The comment that Mama Echo made is very interesting, because she said, the guy bailed out another guy from people supplying stones, only for him to actually go and do the same thing again. And I asked the question, where did Wike come from then? If Wike is corrupting people, it tells you that we are all partakers in this. And this is why I said it earlier on. Family members are one of the key sources of this type of pressure. You get into office, they want you to make money because they'll say the next door neighbor did the same thing. The woman across the man across the town did the same thing. If you don't do it, you are a bad person in the context of Nigeria. And it's a serious issue that we need to have with ourselves and our family. And this is why I think Nigeria needs nationalist party. Nationalist parties, they are made of people that are committed to a specific cause. And whenever it's like, when your family member joins Deeper Life, you are in trouble. You can't you can't convince them to do something the way they don't want to do it. That's how a nationalist party is. A nationalist party, they are there for a specific cause. Don't expect them to be corrupt. They are there for a specific cause. So, and I think Nigeria needs that kind of attitude.
But sometimes some people that join Deeper Life is because of hunger. They join it, they have no choice than to go there and start keep fasting.
People, seriously, I can't believe you just said that.
But it's true.
So they go and suffer and fast. That's why they go to Deeper Life. Okay, that's a new.
Let me say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm glad we are identifying our problem. And this makes me to say, in preparation, while we are fighting for all this, there's need for us to prepare very well for 2027. And by the grace of God, the political forum I am working on, I want people that has 4-5 currency that we want to work with to prepare them for 2027. Because we just have to have the good leadership to be able to correct some of these things. And we just have to push out a lot of information into families, because everybody comes from family, and it is the family that made the community, and it is the community that made the nation. So in preparing for 2027, as we're beginning to identify all this, we're going to prepare a leader that has integrity, honesty, trust, integrity, accountability, and the fear of God. Whether you are a Muslim or you are a pagan or traditional or Muslim, we don't care. All these people serve the same God, not be two different gods. And the Bible tells me, say, all power belongs to God. So people that has all this, and those of you in diaspora, this is when you have to call me. It is time for us to go back home. Use the knowledge we've gotten and all this ideology. Let us go back and use it to build the nation. Nobody will build it for us. So the people here, they don't care about us. So we just have to. People with all this integrity, if you are interested in politics, please reach out to me. We will work together. Don't ask where will the money come. We have way to make money. So just come, let's work together and begin to prepare for 2027 so that we can change our nation. Thank you.
Well said, well said. Thank you. Engineer Ken hasn't said much. Yeah?
Chunaja, you see, the issue of corruption is from the family. It's from the family. Let me give you an instance now. Nigeria is in a very bad, and corruption, even Obi enters tomorrow, that corruption is going to take around 4 years to leave. Our mind is cash, and carry. You imagine somebody has just finished graduation, you just graduated, and you're buying a car your father has not bought in his life. The way we do things in Nigeria is not the way they do it here. You want to buy a TV, cash. You want to buy shoe, cash. Buy phone, cash. I want to buy the latest iPhone, cash. And yet, when we are here, even the telecom company will bring the phone to you. They will be disturbing your phone. Come and collect. You pay in 2 years, 3 years, contracts. That is the reason why we have corruption. But if you know you can work your salary at maybe 100,000, you want to buy a house, you deposit a certain amount of money in an estate, and then you start staying there, and they tell you pay in the next 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. This stealing will stop, because you can come to Nigeria and go to an estate and buy a full street after stealing government money. And then you now rent the same house out to the poor people, because the poor person cannot have that money in cash. If that can be stopped, the issue of corruption will stop, because you chasing money, you want to buy something, you are chasing the money. Anywhere you see it, how you get it is nobody's business. You have achieved what you want to get. That's our biggest
I think
problem.
that's an interesting point.
Politicians are the main reason, because only a politician can steal money. He has stolen the money. He can't put it in the bank. He goes to an estate. I want to buy 4. I want to buy 6. He's not staying inside. And to me, it's wickedness. You don't need that money. You take 2 billion. What do you want to use it for? You're not using it to build factory, to employ people. You're not using it to help people around you. You will thief money. I know a politician that built a hall in Warri there. They did not go to bank throughout. The cash was inside the house. And that building will cost about 2 or 3 billion. They built it without going to the bank. That's how wicked we are. And that was the senator.
Wow. You see, this thing you said about cash, it reminds me of how Nigerians pay for rent yearly, when most countries that are doing relatively okay, they pay monthly. And I can see why, because if somebody doesn't have money to pay for their rent, they can do anything to get money. To pay for 1 year, instead of them to be able to survive month to month. And there's
This engineer can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, that's engineer Ken. Yeah, you haven't said anything anyway, so go ahead.
I was just patient. We obedient people. We are very obedient.
well said.
Yeah, the truth is this, This thing existed. It existed before in Nigeria, in the 50s, in the 60s, and all the way down to the mid 80s. So when the corruption gets stronger, so trust and interest started falling down. Back in the days in Nigeria, when you have a job, when you graduate from university, you have a job, you take higher purchase, a car or a motorbike or even bicycle. They'll give it to you. You start paying little by little. Your job will be taken from you little by little from your salary. And the same way too, people were able to build a house. They take loan from their job. They start building their house. At the end of the month, the job will take in a little by little. But these days, it's not like that. If the bank or the trust fund bank or the mortgage company bank gives you a loan, they charge you over 140%.
Yeah.
That you're going to be paying every month. There's one bank there's one mortgage bank in Nigeria, but in Benin, where they give you ₦1 million, every month they take 140,000 naira from you.
Oh my God.
Yes, you have about 10 months to pay that money. So in 10 months, they will make 400,000 naira.
That's a loan shark, man. That's a loan shark.
That is a robbery right there. That's a daytime robbery with an AK-47 in your head. And if you don't pay that money, they will rip you off. They will bring police to you. They will take you.
Yeah, actually, I had a lady set herself on fire in Ogun State regarding this type of stuff too.
Yes.
That they were humiliating, calling her neighbors, and causing problem for her.
Yes.
So she just got tired of it.
Yes.
Oh my.
In 2014, when my mom came to visit me here in the US, I asked of one guy, Obina is my friend back in the days. I asked of him, and my mom told me that Obina got married, and later on he went down to the east. He started carrying a farm. I said, what happened to his business? He said that Obina cried to her that the bank that he borrowed money from, that the bank came and he couldn't pay. They took everything, that he has no money anymore. I was like, wow. The next day I have to get Obina's number. I have to send for Obina. And how much are you holding? Said he was the one that narrated everything to me, that this is how these banks are working. So I have to support him to pay that money off, give him extra cash to start up his business. So I'll be doing things like this to a lot of people on my own little way that I'll be able to change. You see, for our people are not ready. I'm a employer of labor. Our people are not ready. The criminality in our country, it has been too much. There's no honest person among them. There's none. You know,
It's
there's
so
no,
hard to find one.
I'm telling you, my brother, this thing it has passed family. You know, it has passed family, and it has become unbearable. You know, even we that are in the private sector, you know, you create a business or a company that people have to be they're running it. You pay them every month the way they're supposed to be paid, but at the end, what you give to them, it doesn't. They don't value it, and that's what they're supposed to be making. The little one that come to you, don't want it from you. You know, sometimes, yes, sometimes I'll let my staff know. I said, listen, that's why I'm your boss, but at the same time, we are co-workers because my job is to bring the employment. Your job is to deliver. So when you deliver the employment, then you make money, you make living. Then I make money too, I make living. But if I bring the job and the money to finance the job and you mess up the work, you lose money and time. Why me lose money and time? So the more you sanitize them, they don't care. All what they want to do is to bankrupt you, go to another A. You know, from
Yeah, it's really that thing you just said just now. I find that very, very hard to understand how people can grow and see somebody. It's like when you're a boss, they don't see you as a human being
at all. Let me tell you the solution. Let me tell you the solution. For all these years, you know, I've been on my own for about 25 years. Then I've helped my dad and my mom, you know, in their business. You know, I find out one thing that has to be stopped in Nigeria for things to start working is courtesan. All these people belongs to court. And when you arrest them, you take them to court. The next thing they'll call their number one man or their zonal leader or their head of zones and says who is in that court, who's in that courtroom that comes from my own court. Then the next thing they'll write around yourself. At the end, if you are not on the same society with them, you lose. They want to save their own. You lose. Yeah. These are the problems we have in that country. That is why you see from the bottom to the top is fully corrupt. Okay, for example, look at what just happened in our own bright eye in the daytime. That in openly in this 21st century, that our mandate was stolen. You know, everything is on camera. Even the blind can easily use his own blindness to see it. Even the deaf and the dumb can easily testify about this mandate. That this mandate will that they'll tell you that yes, we have done it. Nothing will happen. Because of these people, they belong to the same court. They belong to the same secret societies. So with this evil secret society that they belongs to, they are not using it in the daytime and in the nighttime to oppress other people that is not on the same society with them. You know, so
that security officer that was saying that he cannot tell who is a child and who is a grown person. Is that not our everyday people that is doing that?
That guy is a commissioner of police.
He doesn't have eyes anymore.
Of police should not say that he cannot tell a child. If that child, he can even tell that child is not more than 5 to 6 years old. You know, a commissioner of police that has a very high ranking. You know, before you become a commissioner of police in police, you have to be in that force for about 20-25 years. And you have to be doing course every year to get to that position. You now do a broad light, daylight life. And you know, that alone will tell you these guys belong to the same society. They're all on the same secret court. So what they do is to look out for one another. You know, so the reason why our principal right now is still suffering in their hands, because it doesn't belong to their court. You know, so it belongs to God. But definitely God is going to win. You know, and when God's win, when everything comes back well, at least this civil court has to be dirty. is to change their leaders. Change their leaders, bring someone that doesn't belong to society and make that person to be the head and the head of command. So with that, that person can easily flush everyone that is doing this evil. You know, being in the private setup and in the government setup. You know, this is what we are passing through in that country.
We are talking from the sidelines.
I beg to disagree with what he has spoken. I beg to disagree with it. You see, when you know, I'll give a point. I'm not trying to dispute its own fact. You see, when we try to say Nigeria is not ready, before you will say that, has Nigeria been given a platform to become ready? Have you not seen Nigeria fight and many were killed? If you give a Nigeria a platform, even a Nigeria that is corrupt, if you bring him to the Western world, you will be surprised he will change, and it's everything about him, everything he has inside of him will come out, and you see him representing the same Nigeria where multitude could not perform. So I will tell you why we are reasoning and thinking why Nigeria, you are saying Nigeria is not ready. If a man has been killed from his mind and his environment, everything that he needs to become who he wants to become has been tied down, relegated, and locked up in a room without him or her not seeing it. And the only thing he will think about is, how do I survive? Which way should I go? Mr. A went this way, and he didn't live long to see the promised land. Then which way will I go? He decided to go this way. But one day he saw a man, a light in a man. He decided to follow that man. Meanwhile, the corruption that has been planted in the land is still waxing stronger. So on that premises, I wouldn't totally agree that Nigeria is not ready. Okay. It is the mindset that has been damaged for well over 30 years plus.
That is not true, my friend.
Look, you came from Nigeria and you're a good citizen now.
Hold on. You are still
no, excuse me, Engineer Ken.
Yeah.
Both of you hold on. I disagree with you as well, Engineer Ken. Let me tell you why. Maybe I'm not sure who was talking. I think that's Black Panther.
Yes.
Let me put it right. Why I disagree with you 100%, Engineer Ken.
Okay, why?
You are right that the system, whatever they are doing, the courtism or whatever they are doing, is affecting the system and all that. But you've forgotten that the system failed. That's why people can be able to practice courtism in Nigeria. And don't forget that we have the same people that belong to this satanism cults. They are not in abroad, like Black Panther was saying. Did you see anybody still practicing it? Why? Because automatically when you arrive in abroad, the system will shaping you automatically. I've said it before so many times on this platform. We have
Mr. Elvis, they are in somewhere like Italy and Israel. They are there.
No, let me ask you.
No. I want to say that.
Hold on.
Let's allow Mr. Eddie to
hold on, please.
Hold on.
I'm going there. Prince Akwashi and Mr. Engineer Ken, you guys hold on.
Okay.
You see, when killer and a kidnapper come to UK, for example, immediately they arrive in Heathrow Airport, you don't go take them, go any school, go train them. Say, this country, if you misbehave, you'll be arrested. They change automatically by themselves and become a better person. Because if you try it, you know you're going to jail. Then let me go back to the country that you guys are talking about right now, Italy. Do you know how many Nigerians are in prison in Italy that is languishing away? I know more than 10 people that I used to know in Nigeria that they are in prison now in Italy due to courtesan in 22, 25 years imprisonment. In fact, I can testify that one of them, his mom, actually, I met his mom when I traveled to Benin in 2011. The mother was crying. He was crying because they've already sentenced him at that time to 20, I think it was 22 or 25 years in Italy. So I don't really want to go there because it's a personal, it's a private issue. Do you know how many of them languishing away? But how many courtesan, how many courtists do you know that is languishing away in Nigeria prison? None. Then in this area, we agree with Engineer Ken, because when you arrest them in Nigeria, they have somebody that will come and remove them. But when you arrest them in Italy or any other country that you reference to, nobody will remove them. You will spend the time there. A commissioner was arrested in Italy, commissioner for art and tourism in Edo State for courtesan, right? You guys, you are aware.
Yes.
And all the time. Pardon?
He did 2 years because
exactly.
He has a strong lawyer and he paid a good
No,
money.
okay. Engineer Ken, thank God you are beginning to see what I'm trying to say. He spent 2 years. Are you going to tell me a commissioner that we go to prison in Nigeria for 2 years because of courtesan? Have you, since the creation of Nigeria, have you ever seen any commissioner go to prison in Nigeria because of courtesan?
No.
Do you know how many governors, ministers, House of Rep members, all of them that are courtists in Nigeria? Or are you going to tell me that Ekweremadu that is in prison right now, that they sentenced him to 10 years, if it was in Nigeria, anybody would sentence him?
No.
Ekweremadu is sentenced in UK now for 10 years imprisonment, 9 years and 6 months, and he's still receiving salary from the satanic Nigerian government.
That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not what you were saying. You are blaming courtesan.
You misunderstood me.
No.
You misunderstood me.
No, engineer, that was not what you were saying.
Hold on.
Engineer, can I heard you?
This is what I said. I said the problem we have in Nigeria, that these people that belong to the same secret court, that if we can have an institution.
No, you didn't mention institution. You said we can have, listen, Engineer Ken, you said if we can have, hold on, Engineer Ken now. Engineer Ken, you hold on, please.
Engineer Ken, you hold on now.
You don't have to argue. We are not arguing here to win. We
are
arguing to learn. You said if we can have Mr. Peter Obi that doesn't belong to court, he will be able to change everything. Is it not what you said?
Yes.
Then me, I'm telling you that we don't need to have Peter Obi that doesn't belong to court to have to stop courtesan. We need to have a better system. If that better system is coming from Engineer Ken, courtesan will be totally eradicated. If it's coming from Prince Akwashi, courtesan will be extremely totally eradicated. If it's coming from CM, coming from me, the same thing. No, it doesn't have to be Mr. Peter Obi. That's why I reference to abroad. Even when people are measuring Italy, I also went back to let you know many Nigerians are languishing away in Italian prison just because of courtesan. And if you check for the past 3 years or 4 years, do you not still hear anything to do with courtesan for it? The same Italy one I reference to just now. No. You won't die. Try yourself. Try yourself in Italy that you are talking about. Why? Because the system works. It works. If you misbehave, you go to prison. No fasting and prayer go remove you from inside.
Okay, Elvis, you see this court issue. It started from the university. And if you do a census of the number of people that joined the court while we were in school, majority were lawyers, engineers, and science students. Because they have time for no rubbish. They don't have serious assignments to do.
I agree with that.
My brother, the truth
I know you disagree. I have my own reason why I'm saying that.
Listen, my brother.
No, we disagree with that one. Anybody can
let me
be a
give you
member.
an example.
Hold on, sir. Omashola, I don't really want us to focus on courtesan. Let's focus on the failed system. You understand? The system failed. I don't want this topic to be on courtesan.
Because the guys in the court are everywhere in government.
Yes.
They help each other.
Hold on, sir. That's what we are saying.
is because the system failed. You guys are not getting it. When system works, if your papa they cut is you fair put your papa for 70 years imprisonment, your neighbor go run from the courtesan. What are we talking about? When we continue to practice biasness, nepotism, favoritism, Nigeria can never change. Because I know engineer can do something wrong, I not go talk to them. Because I know CM, he do something wrong, I not go talk to them. That's what killed Nigeria till today. Nepotism. Let's talk about the system. If we can get it right through Mr. Peter Obi, Nigeria will not become better overnight. Have that in mind. But at least that will be a better journey. We have embarked on a positive journey. But if we continue with this APC, Nigeria will continue to sink and sink and sink and sink forever. Thank you. Back to you, to Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Gospel, Engineer Ken, have you finished so that Gospel can contribute?
Yeah, let me just spend the next 30 seconds to run.
Right.
You see, man, it is tough. You know, it's very, very tough that the institution are being compromised. You know, with so many occultic powers and also people. You know, I'm just confused. You know, because if you look at both the left side, the right side, you know, everything is in the church, is in the Muslim, is it in the idol worshiper. So all of them are just in the same crew, you know, in the same gang, So what we really need is a better institution, that will be tough, that the head will be tough, that the head will be a head that will not take nonsense.
Engineer K,
Yeah.
I beg before you finish your 30 seconds, because this your 30 seconds not ever finish. Make una focus on make una focus more on judiciary. To be honest, let's send the message.
My brother,
Because if not, now so will you fold our hands. These people they'll ring them again for our head.
you see,
Let's
now
focus on this
we talk
judiciary.
yesterday too when we say they want kill me because this is what I'm saying. That's why I brought that thing, a courtesan. You know, this is a street court. Because if you look at those chief justices, you know, a lot of them are into court. None of them is free. Before you can be a chief judge, you know, there are sacrifices you have to pass through. Mostly, you know, being in Abuja, being in that high seat. So a lot of them are all the same clique with this man. You know, the only thing that can help us right now is God. You know, when we go in our knees in our different homes, when you pray, you know, we should put this very, very thing, this Nigeria thing, we should put it in God's hand. We should pray about it. The time you used to pray for your family, take a few minutes of it and commit this mandate. Say, God, take control. Let every powers in every altar, in every altar that are fighting against this mandate, let that power die before on the 28th of this month. You know, at least the Bible says where 2 or 3 are gathered in God's name, that He is there. The Bible says there's a man to pray, there's a God to answer. So this time around, we have to go back to our inner closet and pray, because it's only God's prayer that can easily help us. Because these guys, man, they are not easy.
All right.
So you need God intervention.
Engineer K, you don't turn to prayer now, Abi.
All right. Thank you, Engineer K.
That's the only way to make it work.
All right. We are Engineer K. Remember that we have a full house. So
Yes.
anybody that talk more than 3 minutes is enough, please. For me, the screen
Okay.
is full.
Yeah.
You know, before we move on to Nigeria, let me quickly reference to what I was talking about just now, because I'm a very good researcher. I quickly researched this right now to let you guys know that the total Nigerians out of 2018, I guess, Nigerians in prison in Italy is 1,000. 1,500 Nigerians in prison. You know, that is it right there in Italy. All right. And this is 2018. Oh, not be by now it could reach like 10,000 Nigerians. But according to this article, if you read it further, which I don't want to move on because there's so many adverts on it, you know, I don't want to show everything that is there. You know, we have a Nigerian that is in Italy, that is in prison in Italy for 48 years imprisonment. And it's from Edo State. All right. It's from Edo State.
How old was he when he was
48 years? Now the sentence is from Edo State. So my people, a system that works, you need to be, una don't know to be system. Now system failed Nigerians, and our system they fail. These satanic leaders, they have been looting just for them and their family. That's where we are today. Let's talk about this. Back to you, Chunaja. Thank you.
Yeah. So that he can have his say. I think he's not here anymore, is he? Yang is gone. So yeah, regarding the judgment, I did see the judgment regarding that of Adeleke the other day, and I was looking at it as a way of referencing the way these judges may approach things. From what I gathered, the way they did it was that Adeleke won because the other side didn't provide sufficient evidence. They didn't even provide one beaver's evidence at all. And that is a problem. I don't know how you can go to court and you want to overturn something. The critical evidence that you need, you didn't provide not one of it from one polling unit, and you expect to win the court case. That was very clear. The court made that decision on a very, very clear basis. In other words, he appears very sound on his merits in terms of logic and the rule of law. For that reason, I would say, okay, there is logic to even the Supreme Court hearing with the tribunal and all the rest of it, that even if it goes to that point, you're going to get the same thing, because Nigerian judiciary, they are not stupid. They know that their credibility is at stake too. They themselves, they are at stake, not only the candidates are at stake. So it's up to the political parties to present their evidence. And I believe that, especially now that they are looking to televise it, the Atiku and the Labour Party want they stop this televised. And if that is done, and everybody sees the evidence, I don't think there is no judge in Nigeria that will rule against that, except the evidence is not tied to the kind of stuff that they did with Adeleke now, because now they have a precedence for what they don't like and what they like. There's no way that Peter B will present evidence from beavers and show them that, look at this. It's clear that these people cheated, and the judges will rule against it because they just ruled on that one, and people are watching it too live. So, from my position, if those judges ruled the wrong way, my God, they would have been the enemies of the country, and they will be enemies of the entire black race, as a matter of fact, because these people will set Nigeria on a course of a spiral. Because at a time when Nigeria should be growing, it's like what Babangida did in 1990. What that man did with that cancellation, he set Nigeria backwards. You know, people were traveling to their hometowns because people were worried that there's going to be killings and all kinds of nonsense going on. So people were running away from the cities and going to their villages. And so we don't need that kind of stuff happening this time. And I don't think this current crop of judges are going to do that. I really don't think so. And evidence is going to decide this one.
Tunaja, are you aware of, I don't know if do you know this guy called E-Money and Casey, right?
No, I don't.
You don't know them. Okay, there are those people.
Tunaja know them.
You know how they went to present a gift and money or whatever for MC Oluomo. Let's see to this short video quickly.
Okay. Do we really need that? I've seen
little cash. Don't be like this, no matter how little. You know, we need to put some little cash. Don't be like this, no matter how little. Don't be like. That's how we do. And a drink. Don't be like. And MC,
Ababa.
You're a powerful man.
Ababa.
You're a great man.
The last man standing.
Ababa. MC Ababa.
Last man standing and still standing.
No be lie.
And we celebrate your presence.
E-money in the building. If I am where, no be lie.
You guys are highly welcome.
Now every day,
This
we
is
outside.
nothing but just a token from our hearts.
All right. I thought, because you know the reason why I have to bring this in for you guys to see how Nigerians, the same Nigerian that is suffering, that understand everything what is going on in Nigeria, how they celebrate the wrong things. Anyway, you guys can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Those people, I would like to conscript them into the military with the
this
minimum
video
wage.
you showed just now. This video you showed just now. Like I always say, Agbiru are the one ruling the country. They are just coming to pay homage to their colleague because their senior colleague is going to take over. What does e-money do for a living? These are the reasons why people are going to 419 to try to fast money. Where was he how many years back? What was he doing? These are the reasons why corruption is in Nigeria. Nobody can track your money. Nobody can track what you do, how you make the money. He's going there to go and meet somebody that it's just like saying, oh God, I'm here, hallelujah. In case your government start to, I'm on board.
All right. And one other thing that is also bothering me with all these type of people that Nigerians we need to start preparing for is that Nigeria now, because in short, most of West Africa anyway, because the way we spend money is so, compared to other parts of the world, is so low in terms of the money, our spending capacity. This is why these drugs are not moving into Nigeria in terms of selling it to the people. There is a chance that when we start progressing, we will have a big job to do to block the drug trade from infiltrating the country and into the West African sub-region. And that's just one point. Then on the second side is that you'll be surprised how many people, that's the proportion of people in the center of power in Nigeria that have this colonial mentality that Fela talked about. You'll be surprised how many that these people, they see the West as some heaven where they have to prove that they are worthy of traveling overseas. They don't see, they look at their people as if their people are this thing beneath them. They've joined the class of the elites in London, and I even gathered that some of them they give them this access to the Privy Council and all those type of things. The way they behave, they are not behaving like people that are running their people. They are ruling their country. It's as if they are not citizens of the. How do I describe it? It's like if they are citizens, but their loyalty is known to the people. And many of us are like that. And even some of us are not even at that high level. You need to see the way they talk. They use the word. I don't know why Nigerians still use the term colonial master. Europeans don't even use it. Why do Nigerians even do that? Because these leaders still teach them that this is how it is. These people, they have a sizable proportion of them in the middle of power, and this is why things don't work. Because how are you supposed to liberate your country? How are you not even liberate, develop your country even? When your mindset is listening to other people. When they tell you to increase interest rate, you increase. When they tell you to devalue your currency, you devalue. When they tell you to come overseas, you come overseas. Whatever they tell you, you go and do. You beg them for money all the time. How are your people ever going to develop? The result is very clear. In 1970, you can argue that, okay, it's not so clear. Nigeria was doing relatively well. We have oil refineries and all that. Look at the result now. When Fela sang that song, Colonial Mentality, Nigeria was way better than it was right now. Now, the result is out for this mentality that they have. Because they all many of them sing the same tune, and it needs to change. There are so many of them. Look at them. Was it Keyamo that was in the US? He was like so proud in his Twitter account that I just wake up in the US and I'm doing this, and like, oh, you're telling your mudbloods and talakawas that cannot ever travel overseas in their lifetime how you are in heaven. This thing that they do, it needs to stop. And I seriously hope that, and this is one thing, but you see, Peter will be interesting. He touches on so many chords without necessarily saying it out loud. You hear how he talks about, why would I go and build a house overseas? Why would I always want to go and travel overseas in the first place? Those are signs of somebody that wants to focus more on what is going on here. I'm telling you, if that guy gets into office,
Naija.
yes.
Naija. Mr. Sen, want to say something? Naija.
Yes, I want to.
Okay, go ahead, Sen.
Okay, what I wanted to chip in is this. From what we've been saying so far and all the ills we've been pointing out, to be honest with you, an honest, committed, dedicated leadership we begin to change the attitude. All these things we've been saying is because of the fact that people lost hope, then they have to survive. Probably if I'm in Nigeria and the situation gets the way it is, I may be one of those people you people may be seeing, God forbid. But we look for, that's why when I listen to people and I have hope where the man is that the fact that you wake up, you find out that your leader is not interested in stealing your money, number one. He's not. His interest is not how to milk the people that he came to serve. That gives you a lot of hope. And that will change the system whereby, since the leader is not interested, maybe in nepotism, in stealing and all those things, you that is in charge in one corner of the country, it will get to you somehow. It will whittle down to you to make sure that really this is what we want. This is the type of honest leadership that we want. Ordinarily, there's no need for any Nigerian leader, even a chairman, to own house abroad, even if it's one bedroom. It doesn't say good of you at all. It doesn't. If you've been having it like all of us, maybe you are in the UK, you have a mortgage, you pay, you are living. Now you now go to and serve your people. If they trace it that, okay, I finished paying, even I didn't buy it, I wasn't living there, you handed over, maybe your children or whatever, that says the type of patriotism you show. For instance, let me point this out. Do you know that if not that P2B said this, I didn't know it's possible, that somebody will come to a place like UK, probably you are hungry, you struggle, do everything you can, keep to the law and get a permanent resident in which you will be celebrating, oh, thank God. Even if you go to Nigeria, you will like to keep it. You now work and get a citizenship. Even if you go to Nigeria, like to keep it. I never knew Peter Obi on his way back, he went to immigration and said, have your team back, have your permanent residence so that whenever I'm coming, I will take a visa. That shows somebody who is quite honest and patriotic. So a lot of things, we know our problem. It has to be at least 80 to 90% leadership, because those people that are there, they are not there for us. And P2B used to say that these people there, they are not there for you. One of his platform speeches he made, 1st October. He said these people there are not for you. All they care for is for them. If you know the rot going in and the waste, you won't be here. You are listening to me. He was telling them. So I have the faith, I have the hope that, talking about the judiciary, Osun State has set the pace now. They said the template now, because I read an excerpt from what they were saying, that any result, the result they're expecting is the one that confirmed through beavers. It's no longer the issue, and that is where P2B is basing on Labour Party. So if they should refer to Osun State, the case is as good as one. I do not see, even without the 25%, the case is as good as one, because if they audit the result and show it the way it is, the case is done. But I pray not that let them not fall victim to Tinubu's billions and all those things. After all, why can't the judges say, look, let us change Nigeria? What surprises me is that some African countries that is relatively stable, we enjoy, like Tanzania, all these things, they are still waiting for Nigeria to wake up. That is what, even South Africa, they will still be saying that in some quarter they said the Africans are expecting Nigeria to lead, to wake up, because Nigeria, if they get it right, even when we are the poverty capital, yet people that are not poverty capital will still be referring to Nigeria, said if Nigeria gets it right, Africa will survive, not to talk of the Western world. So I have my faith, I have my hope that definitely all this thing, all this suffering, what Nigerians put in, particularly for the past 8 years, it can never be in vain. We can't go below where we are now. We can't. I think so. I yield.
The day they will submit the evidence, that's the day you know who wins.
I want to ask that CN question. I want to
Okay.
answer his question.
Go
TM,
ahead, sir.
do you know why? Do you know why Nigeria is being respected despite any other thing? People still look up to Nigeria. I want to give this scenario.
Because of
to
the
you.
talent we have all over the
Yeah,
world.
apart from the talent, I want to. This one is a blessing from God. I want to give an example. If an Edo man is in a gathering where you have the Yorubas having to break a kola, they will ask, is there any Edo man, Benin man here? Before they break, because he has to put his hand on the kola before they break it.
That is true.
It is not, it is just God. It is just God blessing, not whether tradition or no tradition. They must ask. Even Oba of Ife must ask.
I
want to make reference. I want to make it reference to Nigeria as a whole.
What we are saying in effect is that the other African countries, they've seen the talent, what we are. But
they've seen the light, not even talent. They've seen something different in Nigeria. They find confident in Nigeria leading than any other race in Africa. When
Nigeria
a man
is the hope of Africa.
when
Without
a man
Nigeria,
when a man hope,
most Africans don't stand
when
a
a
chance.
man hope is on you, nothing can convince him anymore. That is not human. That is not by. It's not by you playing any game on earth. It's just a God gift. That is how we see Israel. If Israel handle kola nut and it go convert out to 1 million within a year, that is just God's gift.
To Nigeria.
I think CM answered that question correctly. It has all to do with talent.
Something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. CM.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for what you just said, and also support this, my brother, too. You see, Nigeria is a father to all African countries. In the 60s to the late 80s, Nigeria were the one feeding almost 95% of African countries. You know, we fed them, we took care of them like our own. You know, even in Asia, in Southeast Asia, I had opportunity to do some classes in Caltech, Kuala Lumpur Technical School towards the late 90s. You know, I went to Penang, between the border of Malaysia and Thailand. My brothers, what I saw, my eyes were full of anger. You know, we drove from Johor Bahru, from Penang down to Thailand. You know, when we were close to the border, we drove for over 12 hours. On the right-hand side, we're Pakane Farm. On the left-hand side, we're a rubber farm. And this is what Obasanjo gave to them in the late 70s or early 80s from Benin. From Benin, you know, it took the rubber plantation seed from Benin and the Pankane from Naifor and gave it to Malaysia. But today, Malaysia is number 1 in rubber production in the world, number 1 in palm oil.
Yes, I know.
And in that palm oil, they do shea butter in it. They use it making cream. They do soap in it. They do a lot of stuff in it. When I saw that farm, my brother, for good 12 hours, it was farm left and right. You see, that is why everybody in the world is looking to Nigeria to find the right man to pilot Nigeria. And it's gonna be a fight, not only a fight in Nigeria, but also a fight from the Western world. Because the Western world will not allow it to work because they will not make a fortune from it. Remember, they are the one giving us this, they are the one giving them all this loan. When they give them this loan, they know that this loan is not coming to Nigerian people. They will share the loan money that they borrow from this Western world among themselves, and they'll go and bank it in the same bank in some Western world. Now the Western world will now take that money to borrow that money again from the same bank and use it to develop their own country. While the Nigerian people will pay interest on that money. Why the politicians have shared that money between them. You see, that is why it is win-win for the Western world to make more money if they have a corrupt leadership in the power the affair of Nigerian people. So if someone like Obi will come in that now make things to work, they are going to suffer it. Because Nigeria will now change from a consumption country to become a production country. All this refinery that we are crying about, all of them will start working. So they will not see barrel of oil to steal abroad. And every ship that comes to Nigeria to dock and load, they will scan them, they're under the sea. Our sailors will work. Our Marines will work under the sea and catch them. I remember about 10 years ago, I have a younger sister who's in NDLA. She's a very big lady in NDLA. She told me about, that was like 2015 or 16. She told me that a submarine from America came to Nigeria. It was in Warri, sucking crude oil from underneath the ground. You know, it took the Nigerian Navy to wake up after a week later, and they told them that they are just surveilling the riverine area in Nigeria. Then the Nigerian Navy shook hands with them and take photos. But underneath the water, they were sucking our oils. This thing will be going on every blessed day. Every blessed day. That's why these people will not allow it to work. That is why, yes, my brother, yes. It is a win-win. It's a win-win for this Western world. So what we are fighting right now, we are fighting the homeland, that's the Nigerian land. We are fighting the powers that be in the land. We are also fighting the powers that be outside the land.
Yeah, well said, well said.
You know? So these are what we're fighting for. Because an American person, an American businessman, or American senator, or American governor, will not steal money from America and take it down to Nigeria. America will come there and get that money.
Not even Dubai. You're talking of Nigeria.
Okay, no, Dubai. for instance. So how can, or why is it not the other way around? So what is the Nigerian government doing to come back to this country, US, London, every other country, to restrict back our country?
Because our people don't know that they are selling us out. Most of our people see foreigners as a good thing. Most of them don't know. They call them, even when some of them when they use the term colonial master, they don't say it in a false way. They say it like, yeah, it's just one of those our uncles, you know, those nice people out there. They don't understand. You'll be surprised. That's why I said earlier on, you'll be surprised the proportion of people in the corridors of power and in our institutions that have that mindset. And that is because our leaders don't teach them anything else.
Yeah.
And the people themselves don't know. That is what we are doing now. We need
to Nigeria.
Yeah. Nobi has been here. Let's let her contribute, please. Please welcome Nobi. And you know, what do you think about what everyone has been saying?
Good evening, everybody. I'm so surprised. I just got back from work. I say, this will still do. I don't know whether you leave for a glad this now at midnight for a day, because for we for America, our day still break for our side. Anyway, good evening, everybody. Thank you all so much.
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening, my brother, my triple chief. How you now?
That's fine.
Right now. So, anyway, I've not really followed the whole thing since morning because I was at work. I just got back from work like few minutes ago or thereabouts, and I just realized that Niger Watch is live. I click on the link. I didn't know the link was going to go through because I wasn't sure if it was live or not. But anyway, the little that I've heard so far is all about, us understanding that the truth about it is that what has eaten into the system of Nigeria have gone very deep. And a lot of people in Nigeria a lot of us in Nigeria are so ignorant of how deep and how deep the problem of Nigeria have gotten to. That is why it's easy for people to still assume that there is anything good that will come out of the likes of Tinubu and the likes of Tinubu and his cohorts who are, who wants to take over the leadership of Nigeria. That's why you see people will always want to believe that there is something good that might come out of it, Without, like we always say, people will always make this comment, oh, Tinubu built Lagos and everything. And then that comment, that thing is beginning to sound like a broken record to me. And it doesn't even make any sense because I was telling somebody, a friend of mine one time, I said, what people call Tinubu building Lagos is that Tinubu actually built Lagos he built Lagos as per he took over Lagos. I have a documentary on my phone. Somebody sent to me of how much that man ripped Lagos. And what he did was to rip Lagos State, and he kept Lagosians, majority of Lagosians, in perpetual poverty. And these people have been so, they act like they so much love the chain of their slave master. That is why you see the like of that man Adewale that called in here and wants to tell us that we need to stop everything that we do and to support the business of Tinubu and the leadership of Tinubu. And then coming to the area of, the international community and the Western world, enjoying what the mess that is going on in Nigeria. I want to believe that to a very great extent they are, because like we are saying, I do not understand the reason why our people will comfortably. Nigerians clamor, Nigerians scream, Nigerians yell for all these things that are happening. People coming to overseas to steal money. Okay, let's take for instance the properties that we heard at some point. I think the things that came from Abacha and everything that they said that were confiscated, and even the properties from the ministers, like the one that what's this woman's name? The house that Tinubu's son bought. There are so many of them scattered all over the place. The truth about it is that except one comes out in the news, we will not know that if not that this Sheikh Tinubu's son came out, nobody would have known that something like that was existing. But the thing is that most of these properties, most of these countries, they know that these things are stolen money because the world is a global village. They know what is going on in every country. They know what is going on in every, and then they know everything that's going on. Whatever problem Nigeria is going through today, America, our brother, Europe, and everybody, they know about it. Likewise, every other nation in the world, they know. So, but the thing is that where they keep silent is where they have something they are milking. And our people tend to enjoy it because by the simple fact that they allow them to milk as much as they milk, they give them supposedly immunity in quotes. That's why they'll be able to go there and then enjoy all the amenities that they have over there. And then you see people properties like the one we're talking about that Nigerian government is supposed to confiscate, that is supposed to have been gotten from fraudulent this thing. And you still allow, in a sense, like they still allow something like that to happen, and they still allow in Nigeria, these people, that this time our people to recycle that same property among themselves, because all these properties that all these people bought overseas that supposedly confiscated. If you look at all of them one after the other, they are being owned by the same people, the same politicians in Nigeria. That was why Sheyi Tinubu was able to lay his hands on the one. Like I said, because Sheyi Tinubu came to the news. That's how we got to know about it. There are several of them all over the place. So what are we?
And that case was about $1.4 billion of crude oil that was taken by these Nigerians that the NNPC head didn't get the money from them.
Yes.
Until today, Nigeria hasn't recovered that money.
Exactly. So you ask yourself, you know, how, and it boils down to what we're saying, that when a leader who has the mindset of building a nation comes into power, if you look at the what is this country? There's this country in, I can't remember now, one Spanish country. It's got that country now. That one young boy just took over. I don't know, maybe somebody here can remind me. One young boy is about
Equatorial Guinea, I think.
No, it's not Equatorial Guinea. No, it's not Equatorial Guinea. It's Hispanic, one of these Hispanic countries.
Oh,
Chile. Are you talking about Chile? Chile?
It's not Chile. That I think their president is a young boy of about 40 something years. The guy that came in, and first of all, that guy came. I'll try to get his name, and I will bring it here. He took this guy, first of all, when he came into power. And it's not Colombia now, one of those countries. Immediately he came into power. The first thing he did was to shut Western interference into their country. That was the first thing he did. He shut Western interference, and he began to clean. Why did I forget this country? It's one of those countries like around Brazil, not those Hispanic countries. I can't remember. I'll find out the country I'm talking about.
I remember.
Is it Ecuador?
I think yes.
No.
It's not. Is it Ecuador?
It's not Ecuador.
I have to find.
No, it's not Ecuador.
It's not Ecuador. It's not Ecuador. It's not Chile. One of them. It's not Colombia. It's not Colombia.
No,
I'll find it out. When I'm done, I'll find it out. I'll say it here. So the first thing that guy did. It's not America. First of all, the guy is a very young boy. He's in 40s, I think either 42 or thereabouts. The first thing he did immediately he came in was to shut down Western interference. And when he was doing it, his people were thinking that they were going to die, because people always have this impression that these are the people that help to build their country. You understand? Because that is what most of our people think. They think that, Americans will help us, British will help us. In the research of it, they cannot. They cannot. When you make your place attractive, when they are coming, they come with business. But when you don't make it attractive, they come to make whatever you have. So this guy shuts down Western interference. That was the first thing he did. Then he began to cleanse the country. The other day I was watching a documentary of that country. You see, and one thing that country had before was gangs. All this drug, gang activity was more or less destroying that nation. And now, in fact, the guy, he took one kind of radical transformation in that nation. When he was doing most of the things he was doing, some people were thinking that he was crazy. You know, one of the things that this guy did, even though it may sound funny, he began to build prisons. He began to pick all these gangs, began to pick them. Everybody who is in the gang, all these courts, he began to throw all of them in the prison. They were not being harmed or anything, but the point is this. First of all, Western interference did not influence them. And now he began to clean it. Today, as I'm talking, I don't even think his presidency have lasted up to 2 years. The way that country has turned around now, you will see women on the street. Like local women on the street, they'll be telling you, "Oh my God!" They never believe that their country can be this safe, can be this fun, can be this interesting. People, I watched the documentary, and I said to myself,
"That is a nationalist leader there."
Yes, and I was saying to myself, in fact, I watched it towards the time our Nigerian election was coming, and when I was saying, I said, "This is where Nigeria is going to be if someone like Tinubu, someone like Peter Obi comes into power." Because first of all, you understand where our problem is coming from. First of all, this is a man who wants to get into power, not because of what he wants to get for himself. A man who is interested, who has seen that this country has a problem. There are people, I said it the other day, there are poor women in the villages who cannot boast of one full good meal. There are people who are suffering, crying. And his intention is to build a nation where people like that at least their problem will be minimized, even if it's not eradicated completely. This is the mindset he has, not people who are going. If you hear the likes of Festus Keyam, all these people that are talking, they are only interested in what they will get by the virtue of their relationship with the person who is going into power. They don't care about what anybody on this. Even if there are old men or women in his village in Ughelli, I think the guy is from Ughelli or whatever.
No,
He doesn't care. Sapele or whatever, wherever he came from. He doesn't care. He's not interested.
Madam, is he El Salvador?
No.
El Salvador, God bless you.
El Salvador, yes.
El Salvador, God
that
bless
country was
you.
ravaged by crime, drug.
El Salvador, that's the country. Yes, El Salvador. Read about El Salvador now and see the transformation that is going on in that nation now. What that young man has been able to do in El Salvador within a space of how many months?
See, it took a young man to do it too. Yeah, we are talking about
that guy is about 42 or 43. I don't think he's up to
41.
Oh,
Nayib Bukele.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Bukele. 41.
Very young boy. So, like I said, the first thing the guy did was, you see, when America, I live in the US, and when America wanted to come in, he said, he first of all shut down that interference. Now, when you hear other Colombia and Brazil and all these people trekking and walking down to coming to the western border of America to run it, El Salvador is not. They are not even thinking about that because the way El Salvador is now, nobody from El Salvador wants to leave because they are beginning to see that there is a transformation coming. Things are changing in that country.
He was 37 years old when he got into power. Most of these
boys who are gangs now in the gangs, right? Now they began to see that there is no gain in that thing anymore. Because like I said before, majority of the people in Nigeria who get into most of these things they get into, they are not there because they enjoy what they are doing. They are there, they do those things because the society have pushed them to the point where they think that this is the only means of survival. Because things are not working. Things are not right.
And they are not seeing lawbreakers being punished.
That is exactly. That's another thing. Like I said, that was if you read that story, one of this guy began to build prison, like say prison a market. People were like, is this guy crazy?
Even criminals would be like, this one looks like it's too much.
The guy
they have enough space for us.
The first infrastructures this guy was building was just building prison left, right, and center.
Oh boy, the guy tried though. You guys need to read it too.
Read about that guy. I read it and I was impressed. I said, "Oh my God, this is the kind of thing that P2P is coming to do to Nigeria." And it's unfortunate, and we are still relying on. When we make our country attractive, America will come for business, and we do real business with them, not them coming to take what we have. Look at what China is doing in Nigeria now. Look at what China is doing. And Nigerians cannot talk because do you know how much money Nigeria is owing China? Do you know how much we are owing China? And that money Nigeria collects it. They don't even use it to do anything. They sit down and they share, divide it. Everybody carry and go. It's so unfortunate.
And the money we owe all these people, if you look at it, it's something that Nigeria, if we got our act together, it's not a lot of money.
Of course.
Do we really need to borrow money in the first place?
We don't even need it. We don't need it too. We don't need
to borrow money.
We don't need to borrow money at all.
Stop oil theft. The oil they are stealing every day. Oil theft of 1 month is it's in trillions.
Without the oil theft, even without oil, we should. Many of these countries, El Salvador, I don't think they have anything. We could have been able to do it ourselves. Yeah, go ahead.
You just give me 1 minute and let me just straight voice to Misobi. See, you know what China did in the late 90s and in the late 80s. The same thing that this guy is doing in Salvador, that was what China did. China started building prisons. After they don't building prisons, they started jailing people in China that were committing a crime. Those gangsters, those drug barons, those 419 people that are Chinese. They imprison all of them. And they now turn inside that prison to become a factory. 90% of made in China that you see have been made by Chinese prisoners from their prison. That is why right now in China, a Chinese man will never commit fraud in China. He or she prefer to go outside to go commit that crime, not in China.
Exactly.
Death
That is
penalty
true.
in China
Yes,
now.
because
That is
Fraud
true.
is death penalty.
because if he's caught, he'll go and work in a factory inside prison all his lifetime. You know,
And if it's high level criminal this in fraud, you could get executed for it.
yes.
Government officials have been executed for corruption alone.
Yes, if you watch China in the 90s and in the 80s, you'll be surprised. When our Igbo men used to go to China for business, they will go with $1 million cash. Chinese man will be shaking because they have never seen that kind of money before. Those were the reason why you see people like the Innocent Motors and the rest. They're now gotten that power from China to build their factories. So the Chinese government started investing in them, bringing that plant down to east to start building, running it by China, because they used to go to China to buy parts and to buy parts and buy other stuff. So many of them like that brought the interest of China down to Nigeria. That is why the Chinese company right now, they now build China to become strong than anything. In China, your 1 naira will not lose.
And like what you said, even in America here, do you know that most of the American products, even the Apple phone that Nigerians are running, people are running crazy about Apple phone, owned by America. Do you know that everything is built in China because they have cheap labor?
Yes.
So they have cheap labor, like all these people that Mr. Ken is talking about. Most of them they're there. The prisoners, they use them for something meaningful.
Yeah.
They get paid at the state. America will carry their own product, go to China, build it in China, and they bring it back because they have cheap labor there.
Yeah.
They go where they go where they gain. Americans go where they gain. Europeans go. What do you see even made in China? Because people see made in China, they think these are all our Chinese.
You know why? Do you know why the Americans did that? The Americans they are only trying to help the Chinese. If America back out of the Chinese
they are helping themselves. America is helping the economy.
They are helping
America is helping the economy. No.
Look at what happened.
You know how much America is holding China? During the time of Obama, it was more than $7 trillion. If America should pay their debt to China, America will crash.
If America pull out of China, China will crash.
They will crash. America will
crash. It's a two-way thing.
No, America will crash, not China.
China will crash, bros. You know what you did there now?
China crash.
See,
China will not
you know the kind of weapon America they sell to the world. You know now, Pale.
See,
the thing is, like this story about El Salvador. Though the chap, what he's doing there is just doing wonders, like Nobi said. But the advantage Nigeria has in terms of recovery is our talent worldwide. That is what most countries, when they look, that's why they give Nigeria a ray of hope. They will say Nigeria get their acts together because they've seen Nigerians all over the world doing wonders. Not every country can boast of it. If El Salvador could turn around, only because, but I believe, even if they have talents or experts, they can't compare to Nigeria. We all know that. So the thing is, we get the type of people be there who is interested in turning. I think I've argued somewhere that, yes, others are building prisons like China did or El Salvador is doing. Our own, we are hungry. Get the people that commit crime, send them to farm, let them go and farm and cultivate food. That is another way of using
God bless you, Mr. CM. This was what I was saying.
Send
them to farm, let them go and farm.
Because I believe every country is peculiar. If you know what you need, you solve it. In fact, the thing any leader should know is this. If you love your country, the formula that worked maybe in country A may not work in your own. But you have to be you will be something peculiar to you. Because if you come to Nigeria now, there is hunger, food inflation, no mechanized agriculture. A leader will just say all these people, if you commit crime, rather than putting you in prison, feeding you, they make sure that you send you to, you go and cultivate, you go and do farm work, direct labor. So if you don't like it, don't do the crime. Do it in,
Mr. CM, do you know that?
Mr. CM.
Sorry, do you know that what you're saying is what Egypt and I think Kenya is doing when it comes to cotton. If you come to America now, most people that live in the US, they know about Victoria's Secret shop. Do you know that the products that they use to make the Victoria's Secret products, that everything comes from Egypt and Kenya, right? They have their farms there. You know, initially they wanted to bring their distance. Then the Kenyan people, they decided to use most of these their villages, villagers, these young men and women that have nothing to do. They work in those cotton farms. They work in those. That is when you don't want to go to school, you want to be a dropout. They send you to that farm, to that cotton farm. That's where you go there and make a living. And somehow, like we always say, America will always go where they get. But at the end of the day, because like I said, they wanted to bring their people, they want to come and do it as in, reap from those cotton farms. These people say, if you must do it, then there is something that we too have to get from it. They decided to start pushing those their people. Those people who don't have anything, those people who don't want to go to school, they started pushing them into those farms. They are the ones that farm in those cotton areas. So the government of Kenya and Egypt, they still get revenue from all those places, and then they get this of some of these people that have nothing to do. Those are people that are supposed to be that may be causing nuisance in the society. They get them involved in all those places. There's one popular man in this US now that he makes the best one of the best bed sheets and everything. The same thing he's doing that he's doing in Egypt. So Africa has what it takes. All we want, all we need, the only thing that we lack is good leadership. When we have good leadership that has the brain, that has the willingness to turn things around, irrespective of what these people bring, you should be able to also enrich your own country and then be able to, enhance the life of the common man on the street. But Nigerians, the kind of leaders we have in Nigeria, they're not the kind of people that it's like they're not even thinking towards that direction. Their own is just to get cash, put cash in the bank.
Can I push in an input here? It's a two-way thing. It's a two-way thing because the mindset of an average Nigerian here is different. Now, if you have gone to the Nigerian prison, you will in short, you can't put a pig there. What is a two-way thing? Nigeria need to reform the prison system.
Have you been there?
I don't go there during all this NGO thing. We go there and I go help them, enlighten them now.
No, I was thinking if you have been an inmate, not say visit. I mean, if you have been an
inmate. when say my father grew up, I will police speaking now. So I don't do that kind of thing. I know. So it's a two-way thing. Nigeria if Peter Obi comes in, he need to reform the prison system. We need to reform it. We need to build very well-equipped prison system in Nigeria because we can manage the prison system in such a way they will be productive. Because if you don't have a home where you keep a prisoner, home, it will not work out.
No, Black Panther. What you saying? If you so embellish the prison, you feel that we have to build it. It's as if you are building a hotel, you are attracting people to live there. What my prison reform will be? Listen, I'm coming. My prison reform will be. You see, those people that are in prison, they are in their productive age. And we know that crime in Nigeria, like we've all analyzed and agreed here, the crime in Nigeria is committed not really by choice, but by chance because they can't help it. They have to eat. Now, with our prison system, ordinarily, if you bring those people out, they say, now where man they work in the chop. You put them to agricultural revolution. This is a vast agricultural land. Now, person go cultivate them. Bring those prisoners, put them there. While they are doing it, they are making good, they are getting skill, being productive, and even earning a living themselves. Prison won't be attractive to anybody.
I am in support of you now.
There is one. prison won't be attractive to anybody. That is one. Now, when you're doing this type of thing, that's one. If somebody must be in prison, if you're not, you use Brazilian system. If they send you to prison, they say they sentence you to 10 years. You can come out after 2 years if you show evidence that you picked maybe carpentry skill, any skill, or you reading so many books in which you can write exam from there and come out. Because the essence of prison is not really to punish you, but to reform you so that you can be productive. Because when you put somebody in prison, the person is wasting. And when the person is wasting, it's even a liability on the government. If he falls sick, all these things. So why not tell the person, say, look, you have energy to go and rob women, overpower them. Come and use that energy and be driving this tractor. Because that way you are getting something out of him. Before you know it, you start removing that. So prison should be more of reformative than punishment. Let's start at least for what we need in Nigeria.
Mr. Cien, sorry to interject. I am with you. What I'm trying to tell you, if you don't go on ground to investigate and see the Nigerian prison system, you will know that it's a far cry of. That's why you see people coming out of Nigerian prison, they go back to crime.
I've just been, whenever anybody mentions any country, sorry, I try to look up data about them, and when I look at the structure of the country, what this guy is working with, you can see why he's able to do what he's able to do. Look at the military size. The population of El Salvador is 5 million. Their military size is 42,000 people, which gives you an average of 120 people for one soldier. In Nigeria, it's almost 2,000 people for one soldier. That we have not, our security, we have not taken care of it at all. Just anytime you mention any nation, when I go and check it up, that is doing well, this is the kind of numbers you see. You see that they structure their country very well. This is why he's able to tell the Americans, shove off. Because to do that, you need to be able to protect your people and protect yourself. Otherwise, that country was in civil war from 1979 to 1992, 13 years of civil war they went through. And they went through a lot of difficult period. But from the 2014-15, the people somehow upped their security level. From 2015, I think this in 5 or so, they increased it. Then again, they increased it again. So, and when they increase it, you can see now that boom, they started having a bit more autonomy and ability to speak for themselves. This is you will see the pattern. If you check this thing, and let me just send a link anyway, just in case. So as people see the pattern that nations use to free themselves. And Nigeria, for once, these are our political leaders are saying that they're going to upgrade our Nigerian security posture. You may not see the result immediately because clearly the military posture was changed. Just what year was that? 2013. By 2019, this guy came in and he was able to do what he was able to do. So he gives them room to be able to think for themselves. He gives them room to create a leader like that in the first place. Because
but it was one leader that did it now. It was one person.
He just took one leader. No, it wasn't only him, because the person that upgraded the security wasn't him. Because somebody was there that did it to 40-something thousand. It was at first 30-something thousand. Somebody increased it from 2005, it was around 15,000. Can you imagine? They increased their security from 15,000 or more than almost 3 times over. They increased their security by the time they get to 2014.
To Nigeria.
And they are not at war when they did. They were not at war when they did it. So they did it in peace time.
The whole thing boils down to having leadership that is focused on nation building.
Yes.
That is just purely what it is. Because whether the person that before him or him, the point is that they had leaders that got to the point where they say, you know what, we need to build our nation. And until we get a leader that is interested in building the nation, not building self or family, then things will begin to turn around. And that is what we are clamoring for, a leader that is interested. Because all this military thing we talk about in Nigeria, they will always tell you how much they map out for military. They will always tell you how much they invest in military and everything. But you don't even see it take effect, because the money whatever they are putting in there, some individuals are somewhere, using it for their own personal gain, and they are not even equipping these guys. They are not doing anything.
When you do the numbers, when you do the calculations, the number they are putting in is what you are seeing. Personally, I don't know why people are surprised by that, because we think that everything is being stolen. Let's say some has been stolen. Even in the West, they have been stolen. So we are using the same kind of barometer that we used to judge Nigerians as in the West. But the amount the people in the West put in their security is huge
Exactly.
compared to ours.
It's
It's
true.
unbelievably huge
It's true.
compared to ours.
It's true.
When we are spending 4 billion, they are spending 160 billion. That's the UK alone, 67 billion in their military every single year. And that is a country of about 66 million people. Not like Nigeria, that is strategically very important with all the challenges and the security issues that we have. So you can see that if we spend even half of what the UK spends on defense, oh my God, Nigeria will be
Nigerian leaders simply have what I call misplaced priority. That's just what it is. Like
They're
what you're saying, you know, investing in all these things, putting the money there. They don't put money where not money is needed in Nigeria. They put it where it's not needed. They have misplaced priority. That is basically like what
They
you're
are
like.
mismanaging the country
Yeah, they are
deliberately. They are
mismanaging.
mismanaging it.
Like when I borrow what you're saying now, I have a friend, a very close friend. I can't know who I'm talking about. I have who is an army veteran in America here, right? The army puts her through school. The army take the way they take care of their military. I have one in my church right now, a young man from Nigeria who just came, you know, joined the Nigerian army. I'm telling you, this guy came within 1 year or 2 years. He came. American government gave him a stay, gave him the green card right away. As I'm talking to you, the wife is not working. He is out there. He's not been in the American army for more than a year plus. They are taking care of his family. They take good care of their own.
Yeah.
And Nigerian leaders have misplaced priority. That's the problem.
As a matter of fact, the person that Ms. Obi is talking about is my elder brother's wife. You know, she's in the U.S. Army for almost 20 years. And now she has been a nurse for a very long time under the U.S. Army. And now she's now doing a nursing practitioner to become a doctor in nursing, you know, under the U.S. Army. And she's now a veteran also under the U.S. Army. You see, in Nigeria, you know, when they budget money like that for the military, some big dogs in Nigeria would just, some big dogs in the military and also in the senator and the minister of defense, all of them would just take that money and share between themselves and use a fraction, maybe like 10% from that money to service their weapon and keep the soldiers into hunger, you know. And let me tell you guys something. You see, way back in the days in Nigeria, Nigerian militaries were very, very well paid. They were very, very well cared for, you know. But the ones that they have now, they are too evil. I want to rephrase our memory for a minute. You all remember about 2-3 years ago, the helicopter that went down, the plane that went down, when the Nigeria minister of the general that was in charge of Nigeria defense, you know, that went down, the man that died. What happened? That guy was assassinated by the army, because the Senate called him and it was about to reveal the people that was eating the Nigerian Army's money. Was about to start calling their record. And that guy wasn't a Fulani. It was a pure Salman. I'm trying to remember his name. The one that just died.
Alex Bade. Alex Bade.
Yeah, before they brought in a Rabo.
Alex Bade, I think. Alex Bade. From Adamawa State.
Yes.
Also.
Yes. So when they saw it like that, they have to set him up, and they took him above the sky. Even the pilot had jumped down with a parachute and crashed the plane. And killed him, because he was about to reveal what is going on in the Nigerian Army, Air Force, and Navy. Was about to reveal it to the world.
Oh, yes. I know about it.
Alex
Bade. I think he said something that what I said, if he should reveal what is good. Yes, he said it. If he should open up.
The next seat, he said he's going to reveal it, and he's going to give document to back it up.
Before they killed him.
Before that was the next seat about a week or two from there. Then about a week later, they took him out, they killed him. They kill him.
He,
And the
he,
president
he should have just released it instead of
Exactly.
talking. These people,
you know,
when you want to do something, just do it. Because the moment you start talking like you're going to do it, almost like you're blackmailing them or looking to, as Rita said, that I'm to collect corn. And Rita, I didn't go and collect corn from anybody. He said I've been scared from this place, so maybe I've got to collect corn. Nobody's giving me corn. I'm in other places defending Peter Obi and making case for this thing, what is happening in Nigeria now, so that the country will be better. This type of conversations we are having, the people on the ground need to start understanding these things.
yes.
Because they don't know. For me, that part is really astounding. That even people you think are leaders, like judges, they don't know. They really don't know. They just, because they've grown up in a Nigerian system where they have been conditioned to think that, okay, everything is okay. The Europeans respect us. When we go there, we spend money. They are very nice people. It's a very nice country. That is, in short, that is our heaven. In other words, it's almost like our heaven, really. That like they make Nigeria hell, so that when you are successful, you're now able to go to heaven and come back as you see fit. The heaven that they make for Nigerians. It's really strange that this thing way of living. Our heaven is in our country.
My brothers, what I believe, my own definition for Africa, I want to take us a little bit back to the Bible. You remember in the Bible, the Lord says that He regretted why creating mankind. And mankind was kind of making a revolution against God. They don't want to worship God anymore. He now said that if we refuse, they will raise a stone to worship Him. So to my belief is this: the mankind that God says that He regretted of is a black, is we black. Because ask me why. The reason why that's my own thought. The reason why I look at it like that. Look at Africa as a continent. Look at come down to North America, come down to West Indies, come down to Caribbeans. Anywhere in the world that black man is the head of affair is very, very developed. Corruption everywhere, evil everywhere. Even in America that I live, when you go to black neighborhood that have black senators, that have black representatives on that same neighborhood, you can't even live there. It's a problem. The roads are not good. The housing is not good. The house is not good. Everything there is even worse than some of our villages in Nigeria. Why? Is it a cause for a black man? That black man has to do this?
Yeah.
It's all black war.
But can I interrupt you a little bit in that?
Go ahead, sir.
When you say that, I guess you're generalizing it, because places where I've been to in America, places, I don't know if you're close to a computer, check Stockton. Stockton has a black mayor, and they are doing exceedingly better than every other city around them. You understand what I mean? Let me answer
that for a minute, sir. Just hold on a second. If you buy a crate of egg that has 24 and 18 is bad, and you now have the remaining 6 that is good, you now tell me, is that crate is good? You talk about stuff. You come to New York, come to Jersey, come to Florida. Let me start calling states for you. And
New York is Jewish. New York is Jewish, though.
It's not New York.
New York mayor is Jewish.
New York is not Jewish, my brother. New York, I've lived for New York for about.
The guy, the governor. No. The governor is Jewish, but the black guy, yeah, he just got in. He just got in, though.
No, New York mayor is not Jewish. I beg you. New York mayor.
I know. He's a black guy. He's a black police officer, ex-police officer. But he just got in, though.
Please bring a black guy now. New York on a black guy.
Yeah,
bring it back to Nigeria. Do not
wait. Let's okay.
Do not deviate. America, do not deviate. Bring it back to Nigeria. We are discussing.
Let's not take this argument where it's not supposed. It's not necessary. I think I understand the angle. Ken is going, but the point we're trying to make here is that there is something fundamentally wrong.
Yes.
With the mentality of
the black man.
I don't even want to say black man. Nigeria. I'm interested in Nigeria right now. Nigerian government.
Yes.
There is something fundamentally wrong, and we can say majority of African countries that we allow until we get to the point where we truly understand that it is in our hands to build our nation. It is in our hands to make our place attractive, not for people to come and infiltrate and take from us, but to come and get into partnership with us. That is what we need in our nation. That is what we need in our country. The way what is it called? Buhari went to do coronation. What is it called? Coronation in England, right? Governor, president of Ghana went for that same coronation. Oh, that man has gone back to his country.
Buhari is seeing his dentist. Buhari, they say, is the dentist.
To go and see a dentist.
Wow,
Can you imagine that kind of
overseas.
nonsense?
This is what I'm talking about. They make that place look like heaven.
That's
and
the
while
thing.
our
Can you
country, they
imagine?
leave it in hell.
Ghanaian president came and he went back. Other countries came, they went back home. One decided to go and see a dentist. What is dentist? Decided to go and see a dentist and now he is there.
They are all
And
sellouts.
I believe he will be there with some entourage. We'll be wasting Nigerian money because the money that they borrowed that they've not paid is about to leave office with a huge amount of debt, and he is in England seeing a dentist to see and fill his cavity. I've been a cavity one day. I've been a tooth extraction. Only God knows. Buhari, what's his name? The one they said they selected now. They said he flew out. It's so unfortunate that I saw Festus Keyamo saying that he went to, what was the word he used? To transact for nation building and strategize for inauguration. I said, who is only fools that they will use this big grammar what is it called? What word am I using for? To confuse, not people like us. You're telling me, okay, first of all, why would he be going for nation building? I've forgotten the word that he used. The last time I checked, Nigeria still have only one president. So why would he assume, let's just, for the sake of argument, though, me, I like to do my own, for the sake of argument, that he went to see foreign investors on behalf. Like, why would they be talking about something like that at this point in time? And again, that he went to strategize for inauguration. Do you need to travel outside Nigeria to go and strategize for it? And like, it don't even make no sense to me. Like sometimes when I see Keyamo, I say, please, anyone that know that guy, they need to get a good padlock and padlock his mouth, because that guy talks like someone that does not have brain. He talks like somebody that, oh God. Sometimes I see him, right? I'm like, did you even say that this guy actually went to school? Like where I know he doesn't have a wife. Where is that? Where are his children? Somebody needs to.
What do you mean? He's not married?
Keyamo get wife. Keyamo not get wife. He's married. He's a serial divorce. He's a serial divorce. Like Femi Fadekayade. He's still living.
No wonder. I was wondering. I was like, man.
He's a serial divorcee like Fadekayade. Only God knows what is wrong with the two of them. He's a serial divorcee. That one they don't get any woman leave. Have you ever seen Google Keyamo's wife? Now they will tell you this one from this year to this year divorce, from this year to Google that with Keyamo's wife now. I don't mind that. So my point is this, the kind of the way, the mentality and the ideology that these people have about whatever they do, and that is what pisses me off. What gets on my skin when you hear people say that. Why would Peter Obi want to be president after he does not have experience? Tinubu has experience. And my question is, where has the experience gotten Nigeria? Somebody like Ojus Okalo will be telling you, I have experience to be the Senate president because I've been in the Senate for years. And the question I ask people like him is, what has your experience done for Nigeria? What has your experience? How has that experience that you people claim you have, experience in stealing, experience in wickedness and evil and looting. That is the experience people have. Because when people talk about being experienced in governance, when Barack Obama was coming, people were saying, "Oh, he's experienced because he's been a whatever. He's been a senator. And when he got into power, you saw that experience play out. You see a man who will stand and get into diplomatic, relationship, diplomatic talks, diplomatic agreements. You see a man that has brain, and somebody will come and tell me that Akpabio has experience in stealing. That man still has a case hanging on his neck, billions of dollars that he stole, and nobody said anything. And you're coming to tell me that he's experienced. That is why he has to be Nigerian Senate president, the number 3rd man in Nigeria. Our country is in danger. It's in trouble with this kind of human beings. It's ridiculous.
I think one of the ways we can be doing this, like, these platforms that we are on, sometimes, you can have over 1,000 people watching it, and some of them from Nigeria. We should be letting them know some of all these things. Yes, we are talking about Nigerian politics, but they also need to be aware of the signs that they need to be looking out for. Leaders that are going overseas all the time, that is not normal. Leaders that are going overseas for medical care is not right, because if they were treating themselves in Nigeria, Nigerian healthcare system would be better. If you start doing these things, what that will mean for the people is that they will start becoming more self-conscious as a nation. That, no, you shouldn't, because some of people have not even asked these questions. I know for sure all parts of Nigeria, north, south, east, west, all of them, they are against this idea of their leaders going overseas for treatment. The area they are not very clear about is the rate at which their leaders travel overseas. They don't understand that is abnormal, that is extremely high. Even what's his name, Joe Biden, when he goes out, within a day, pum, is back into his country. This is what's his name, Rishi Sunak. If they have an agreement, if they have a conference somewhere, he goes attend that conference, boom, back to the UK. Whatever they are doing, once they finish it, back. They don't just go and disappear for weeks, months. Buhari just went for this thing, Islamic this thing in Hajj for 8 days. Something that other people just go boom, boom, out. He has to spend 8 days there. And Nigeria, he wants to name a Nigerian counterterrorism site. He's naming it after a Jordan president, as if we don't have Nigerians that deserve the name. You go and give it to a Jordan. Oh, how about African leaders? What is wrong with these people?
So, Naja, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Please, since Buhari entered office, what can you really say that he has performed as a responsibility, being the president of Nigeria?
One thing he has done
apart from sending to the Senate that he wants some amount of money to be loaned.
What do you asking what he has done right?
No, as a president, he has civic responsibility to Nigerians to fulfill some certain thing as a president. What has he done? What do you think he has done for one day? You can say that this man did this as a president, that something happened, he came out to do this or do that. What do you think his responsibility has he done? Has he functioned as a president? Has he ever functioned as a president since he became the president of Nigeria?
I think you can never accuse Buhari of going out of his way to be a president of Nigeria. He has not put himself out there. You can't. If you go Buhari, so it's almost as if he just governs Nigeria like, oh, those are my people. Okay. We'll just dance the dance and pretend as if we care about each other. The guy doesn't care about running the country properly. He's not passionate about it. That is not his passion. He's just going through the motions. That's the way he ran the country. And it's a shame that Nigeria has had to put up with him for this long. That said, it's not because everything he did was evil, or sometimes even if he wasn't there, Dangote Refinery would still be functioning. He didn't torpedo that one. I can thank him for that. He didn't destroy that one. The second Nigeria bridge, he didn't go and set grenade there and blow it up. I will thank him for not doing that, because some leaders are terrible. Look at the Babangida. That one, he ran 3 elections and cancelled all of them. He left the country in tatters. At least this one is going, he's not just looking for things to destroy, and he's trying to run away from office. So if he wants to say, okay, if you want to for me to find one good thing, that is the area I would say he hasn't left the country in a total mess, where he's in total, except there's still time. Let's not make the mistake. There's still time. The court case is still going on. After all, that's what Babangida did. It was the last minute. He completely left the worst thing he could leave for the Nigerian people. So these leaders, you have to be careful about them, because sometimes they are there fulfilling agendas. Because what I discovered this week that should really bother people is that in 1966, after the Nzogu coup, that they said there were posters coming out. You know how the Northerners thought that the coup was tilted towards, killing most of their people, while the other people in the Southeast and the South were not affected that much. And can you imagine that has happened? Then in that same environment, there were posters coming out mocking Tafawa Balewa, Ahmadu Bello, and stuff like that coming out, and they were saying that the Igbo people were mocking them. Can you imagine the environment? And what bothered me about that was that, how is this possible? Is it that Igbo people did these things, or people were being put up to trigger these events? Because Nigeria was set up to rip itself apart. Because that Nigeria was on a path to becoming a strong country. Remember, during that period, that's when the Asian countries were building themselves up. But instead, we as a major country in Africa were reverted into fighting each other. And I can't for the life of me believe that after a coup like that has happened, people have died. Some people were mocking leaders like Tafawa Balewa and stuff like that. I find that I can't believe it. The person that was saying that it was the Igbo people that was doing it. I said, are you sure that this might not be a psyop to create that environment that will divide the people and weaken us? Because if you look at what Babangida did he didn't have to do what he did. He didn't have to cancel that election. He had 3 chances and he still cancelled it and left Nigeria in tatters throughout the 90s. These people keep our country unstable so that we will not be, because our greatest enemy is instability. If your country is stable, your leaders might be completely useless. Chances are that you'll start figuring things out. You will start figuring things out. And I think that is something that we have to keep an eye on. And that's why I really, really appreciate what Peter Obi has done. And I really think that people that believe in Peter Obi, they really are trusting somebody that has proven himself so far to be extremely responsible. He has been always ensuring stability remains. Because without stability, look at Sudan today. Who is going to be, where's the foreign direct investment coming into Sudan right now while all this is going on? As long as it's going on, if that war goes on for 1 year, they're not going to see any good foreign direct investment for 4 years after that war. They're not going to see it. So can you imagine if you go on for 10 years, they're not going to see any foreign direct investment for 5-10 years after that period. That is how damaging instability damages a people. And this is why whatever happens, I think Peter Obi has done a lot of good. He's already done a lot of good service for Nigeria. Can you imagine in this election cycle if Peter Obi wasn't even there at all? Hey God, we'll be stuck with Atiku, Kwakwaso, and this Tinubu. Hey God, Nigerians will be like, just give me transformer. Let me end my misery. There is no point. That is the situation people were facing. So I actually think Nigeria owes Peter Obi a debt of gratitude. That people that actually wanted had somebody to rally around, and they have done so well. So let's hope that this court case doesn't end up the way Babangida left this in Nigeria. Because these people, you can't trust them. Maybe that's why they are traveling overseas right now. They are thinking, this country is about to get its act together. Let's find a way. Let's do something to throw them off course. Believe me, these things are not, it's not easy for me to say them, but I can't trust these people. And that's why Nigerians should never fall for any trap they set for us. We should never fall for it. If these people try to destabilize us, we should not fall for it. Because when you fall for it, then you're giving them what they want. In other words, we will not develop. And if we don't develop, sufferhead continues. That is the economy of the situation. Pardon?
Why are you talking like me today? Is it because you have the Oba face in your background? You're not speaking my mind, talking like me today.
I'm talking like you now. I don't know, man. I just some of all these things that happened before in this. It just reminds me of how nations are destabilized, and they always attribute it to groups of people. So that because when you can divide people, it's easy to control them.
You're very right.
When you can divide people, it's very, very easy to control them. That is what happens, and we cannot allow this to carry on because that is our enemy. They are our mortal enemy, and they are making the entire black continent weak.
Yes.
This is why North Africa is messing about with us. Look at the war that was going on in Sudan, and Nigerians wanted to go to Ethiopia. They go and block us there. We want to go to Egypt. They go and block us. They're asking us for visa. These are supposed to be African countries. Ethiopia last year was at war. Obasanjo led a team that helped them reach a peace deal between the Ethiopian government and the Tigray region.
Yes.
In Ethiopia. They were calling out for one Africa, then one Africa, then one Africa. Then suddenly a war happens in Sudan. Nigerians want to escape through your country. You block them and start asking them for visa. You see how our people in Africa here, the kind of nonsense we do. Ask yourself, why are African leaders even putting trade barriers between nations in Africa? Why should we not be able to trade within African countries? Why is Nigeria not able to trade directly with Kenya and other countries in Africa?
I think the reason why they are doing that, they are trying to help us Nigerians to sit up.
No.
Oh God.
No. The reason why those trade barriers are there is because that the colonial masters have about 75 to 80% of the colonial
please call them Europeans. Is it possible to call them Europeans, or they are not masters? They don't call themselves masters anymore.
You know they cannot do that to any country in the Western world, right?
No, they can't do that.
They can't try that.
There are many countries in Africa they can't try that with them. You know that, right?
Name one.
Like for instance, if it happens to Egypt,
that's a lie.
Ethiopians cannot try it. You know, right?
Why not?
See, let me be honest.
No, you can't try it with Egypt, though.
Let me be honest with you. They are trying to help us. They are pushing us. All this nonsense we are taking from different countries of the world, they are pushing the Nigerian citizens. They want us to stand up to fight for our rights. If we don't stand up,
discriminating against us, you get us to stand up for our rights. Is that the idea?
Yeah, they are telling us that we will continue to receive woto since you don't want to stand up for ourselves.
Maybe we should have let them carry on with the civil war now because they don't to teach them a lesson.
Okay, I want to ask you people a question now. Did you not discriminate against Ghana when you sent Ghana packing?
See, but it wasn't in a war, and when we were doing it against Ghana,
answer the question. Did you not do it?
No, it was yes, we did that, but it was in retaliation.
Do you know that?
But do you know that Ghana did it first before we did our own?
Yeah, they did it to us first. It was in retaliation.
Ghana did their own first before we send them back.
Yeah,
it's a retaliation.
It's not right that we did that. Even it is not. I'm not trying to say
it's not right.
It's wrong. We shouldn't be doing all these silly things because, and we are the ones that I don't know how many European countries even expel each other like this. You know, look at this war in Ukraine. Ukrainians will be able to go into Poland, all the other countries around them without any issues. But African countries, you just see them blocking each other.
Sorry, too, Niger. I want to state it here. Nigerians did not send Ghanaians back to their country. It was the military administration that sent them back. Because if it was Nigeria that sent them back, this is something that you're supposed to debate in the Senate. It was not debated.
What year was this again?
It was Shagari. It was Shagari.
It was Shagari time now.
Oh, it was Shagari time.
Yeah, 82. Okay. 82, 83.
It was military regime.
Yeah, Shagari was very much in office when they did these things, and it was because of I think Nigeria did it as a result of retaliation, which they shouldn't have done. Ghanaians they too did this type of stuff, and they always look down on Nigerians during that period anyway. And if you look at even in just recently, what they are doing to Nigerians in Ghana, you can see that some African countries they still haven't learned their lesson that we are not each other's problems. You know, there is Mayotte. The other day, just yesterday, we were talking about Mayotte, an island next to an African nation that is still part of France. They were calling French soldiers to come and kick other fellow Africans out of their country. And they claim to be part of France. They are just as poor as many African countries too. So that is the weirdest thing. Africans we don't get it, man. You can belong to France, but you are not going to be like them.
France, yeah.
You're not going to. They will leave you poor still. That if you compare France, that Mayotte is an island that is supposed to be part of France, to the way the French live, or even the Quebec part of Cuba and Canada, how they live, because those are French too. They live very, very well. Anywhere white people live, they live very well. But as long as it's black person, even if you're part of France, you're going to live poor. Forget it. And if these people went and called French soldiers and police officers to come and kick fellow black people out of their country so that the French people can get
To Niger,
I don't get it, man.
To Niger, you should remember one factor that played a role in that trouble. It was racial discrimination that played a very big role in that struggle there. That one you're just talking about. Now, it was a Mayotte. It was a racial discrimination that played a role. So they were so their racism over there. They don't believe that they are black, they are African. They don't believe it.
What do they believe then? Because if you see
they
them,
believe they believe,
they're darker than Igbo bad. They're darker than you, actually.
They're not a believer. And I tell you, see, look at Israel now. Israel has white and black. They don't believe that the black are part of Israel.
Yeah, mostly the Ethiopians.
Everybody is rejecting black.
The black Israeli in the parliament.
That's what happens now when Nigeria is misbehaving. Now there are consequences. You see, the Asians, they have China. The Indians have India. Even Middle Eastern people have Israel. The Europeans have NATO. What do black people have? We have Nigeria. What did you expect?
Africans don't want to unite.
We have Nigeria.
Well, we are Nigeria. Nigeria sits on top of the Congo. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Years ago, when I was still single, you go chase Ethiopians and go tell you Koro, say they don't want you.
Yeah.
Now your own fellow African, instead of them to befriend you, they rather go for Akata than you.
Exactly.
They go tell you say they are superior. You know that Ethiopia is superior than Nigeria and other African countries.
Yeah. Many of them are bred with the Arabs.
You go see them, they go there with Akata where they rub their mouth for ground. You go even they pity them. But there's nothing you can do.
They are willing to accept that. I think when you talk to them even more, then you start finding out that
Ethiopia is having that confidence because of Selassie. That's why they're having that crap.
The Jamaicans, you see, the Jamaicans, you see what happened was that the Jamaicans, they didn't, they don't have access to Nigeria in those days, or Africa. So the only person they knew, because El Selassie was able to go to Europe, because they were a Christian nation, they were not colonized. So he was able to go to Europe. So when they saw him, they used El Selassie as a connection to the continent. And it's like a conduit. And it's a shame, because Ethiopia is the home of the African Union headquarters. And look at what they were doing to other African, like Nigerians. They refused to allow Nigerians into their country. I was really miffed by that. And this kind of stuff that forces people to ask serious questions about honesty. You know, when I was saying that we in Nigeria, we talk with hypocrisy in us is unbelievable. We talk with double face all the time. We talk with one, then go and do something else. And this is going on the continent a lot too. We need to really get our act together. And I think first we have to start with our country, isn't it? This is our
We have
to start building, and once we get our act right, all the others, they will straighten their act very, very
They will straighten their act.
If we get it right in Nigeria, we'll get it right all over the world. Believe me.
Yeah, it's going to affect. Even African Americans are saying they are looking at Nigeria. Do you know how many of them have Nigeria heritage?
Do you know one thing? Do you know what? Let me tell you one thing. Do you know what is happening now? African Americans, they are migrating to Ghana and South Africa now.
Ghana, South Africa,
Kenya, Tanzania,
They are more in Ghana now because they can find their roots and they have an history of how the slave trade was done in the Trans-Sahara slave trade was done through Ghana. And we cannot even package our own.
When we have Jagaban, where his name
package our own.
The Tinubu name is known for slave trade. How are they supposed to? Where did you start from? When the Tinubu name is known for slave trade?
You will be Niger. What you want go find for Niger?
Nigeria. When you look at Nigeria from outside, it looks very hostile.
Another person to come and live in that same country where you don't want to live.
Exactly.
That's why we are talking now. That's why we are trying to talk and put out a solution and help our people back home.
If someone like Peter Obi was in office, I can assure you that kind of movement will happen because if Nigeria becomes more secure, oh my God, the Nigerians alone that will come back to Nigeria, the numbers. In America, we are about 2 million. I can't believe they have 2 million Nigerians in America. And those are the ones that choose to identify as
more
Nigerian.
than 2. What are you saying, sir?
Exactly,
more than 2 million now.
It's more than
that's a lot of Nigerians.
More than that.
2 million. You are counting about maybe like about 4 or 5 states, and you are just counting.
Born. They're not born. They're never born.
We never count our children.
If you have to live in
I don't know Nigeria.
We never count our children. We are just talking about the first. With the first people that came in. So when you count about 2 million, you're talking about 5 to 6 states. About 5 to 6 states.
If only them start coming back alone, you are going to see a transformation in that country.
Children, about our children. Some of us are having grandchildren here. You know, Nigerian heritage.
We have generals. Top.
Yes, of course.
Nigerians.
Yes,
we have to get the right facts about Nigerians in America because that saying 2 million is just an understatement, honestly.
Very understatement
now.
Yeah, because I'm sure because many of our Nigerians, when they have children, their children have US passports, so they don't even care about declaring them as Nigerians. Yeah. So these are just 2 million of the ones that identify as Nigerians.
They stop these our visa lottery.
A Nigerian. General, the first ever American that is a general, 2-star general, is a Nigerian. Yeah, now they gave her that rank. I think it was 2 years ago.
More than that. So during the time of Obama, also having one army too. That was about 3-star.
Yeah, that's an Igbo girl from Igbo, whatever, Anambra State.
Yeah, this one's an Ishaman. Even his wife was my primary school and my primary school classmate. You know,
this is why we need to get our act together now. You see, the thing about Nigeria is that it's like this kind of company that you have that has so much potential to make a lot of business and make profit. But the people don't know that, and the people that know that are overseas. And we need to tap. If we tap into the Nigeria's potential, it's mind-boggling. I can't even start calculating it because the influence Nigeria has in Africa, you guys don't even know how far it goes. It travels from the continent to the US.
Potentials right now is still virgin. A lot of potential in Nigeria is still virgin that they have not even touched. You know, sometimes I try to hold classes with a lot of young Nigerians through the Zoom on the line to let them know that what is in their front, you know, that they are missing. But you know that about 85 of them don't even want to hear that they want now money.
All they want to do is just jackpot on money. That's it. Give me money or jackpot.
To Niger, you see, there was a day I sat down, I was thinking over it. And I went through all the American military sector. And I saw a lot of Nigerians there. And there is no any African country that produce a general. American military. None. Only Nigeria is opportune to produce a general.
Yes, now. Nigeria is
very big plus.
I think this may. Some people argue that this may be because Nigeria, the best minds in Nigeria actually leave Nigeria, but it's not necessarily the case in many other African countries. Because the best minds in Nigeria are out of Nigeria. Because the ones that make it out of Nigeria often are the most creative ones, the brilliant minds, and this is why when they go overseas, they outperform almost any group. That they are the highest performing even in the American this thing. So it tells you that Nigerians have all the capacity and everything that they need to fix their country. We just need to turn the tide.
You go class now.
The way I see
question.
the way I see it, I
Will
don't
come
really
up.
think it's the best hands or the best minds. That Nigerians are very productive people. The only point is that the only reason why we are not is not showing in Nigeria because they are not given the chance to bring in their input. You know, that's what I
And
think.
that's why they leave, because the environment is so hostile. Yeah, and
Exactly.
one other thing, let me add this. One other thing that practices you see in Nigeria that is also devastating, not only the corrupt practices alone, like very, very disruptive and shock to businesses that Nigerian establishment tend to do is, like recently in the Nigerian, this in Lagos airport, these agents that are clearing goods, they said the authorities increased the charges that they charge them by 100% overnight.
Yeah, the
You
Amsters,
know,
they did it now. These
it's
are the
like
Amsters work.
why would you do that? You are trying to kill Nigeria or what? You want to kill
They
businesses?
don't want make Southwest develop again. They want to make so that we can be at the same level with them. We have gone too far from them. They don't travel now. So that technology is residing in the Southwest South as a whole. There is what we call, they want to stop the technological growth and development of the South Zone. That is what is happening.
But okay.
From the
Well, how
deep
do you
side.
explain this one? How do you explain this one? Another one was at University of Benin. When I went there some years ago, the students were not there. That was December. I thought, okay, they went for holidays. They said, no, they left early. Why? Because they increased the rent that they were paying there for by about over 50 to 70%. That they increased it. That the students now they don't know how they are going to get back to school next time. They have to go home for Christmas to go and tell their parents that the fees has increased by 70-something%. This is kind of disruptive behavior our leadership does to our people. I don't understand the kind of mentality that does that.
But do you know that this does not happen in the north
at all?
Why are we practicing like that? Why are we doing that to our own people?
Because they are your vice chancellor. They are your chancellor. They put a Northern as a chancellor for Southwest and carry a Northern as a chancellor in the north.
It's not necessarily that way. It's not fair to say that. It's not necessarily that way.
It's our governors.
It's our people that are doing it. Those people, I didn't see one Northerner there. They are all Southerners that did it.
Okay, let's assume that
all Nigerian politicians, they don't see Nigeria as a productive ground. They see Nigeria as a harvesting ground where they steal money and go and
you are very right.
in other countries.
You are right there now. We all know.
Yeah,
they just like to shock people. Look at the way they change the naira to shock. Something they can just do it properly, organize something and get it done. It's not that hard. They know how this is done, but no, they will just have to shock Nigerians and make life difficult for Nigerians. These people, they really deserve a serious questioning. You know, this is kind of stuff that leads people to take drastic action in other countries. These leaders, they are very, very mean-spirited people sometimes.
Do you know what they deserve? You will flog them with barbed wire. That's what they deserve.
Take a look at the bill that was signed.
You flog your
like electricity. Electricity.
Let me surprise you guys. You know, yesterday, I think it was yesterday, Falana was talking, and the next thing he was gonna talk about is that he was talking about the dollarization of Nigeria, whatever it is, and then he said that as for him, that he's supporting Nigeria to join BRICS. BRICS is Brazil, Russia, China, and all that stuff.
Yeah. That man, I don't know what they talk.
And then that people buying our oil should buy it in naira. And I was like, does this man know what he's talking about?
He doesn't know what he's saying. He's just talking.
Who even wants our oil now?
Exactly. You see, sometimes when you see, let me put it this way. I'm not trying to sort of belittle or patronize anybody.
Where you go first? Where you go?
And
you go sleep.
You go take it now.
No, I don't take nap. I day here now. I just close. So what I want to be say, all these people where they're Niger, where their attitude, their reasoning. Supposing somebody don't say you only did school start in Nigeria, but you lived abroad for 10, 15 years, they pay bill, they pay fine, they pay different types of things. Listen, you are much more enlightened about global politics if you are taking interested than them in Nigeria. What is
Very
the,
well.
what is making what is it called Falana think that oil politics was in the 80s? You can but Nigeria the way we are now, even if you apply to join that thing, they feel no take you because there's a level you will attain. Mind you, Brazil, China, India, South Africa, and
These are
Greece.
developed countries.
Exactly. And Russia. So okay, look at the stability across all this country. You don't just bandy your population that you feel. What Nigeria should be, like Afrocentric foreign policy. Let us organize when people be coming.
But we have to
Organize the country. Organize the country first. Start from our defense mechanism, economy. Battle these two things in pari passu. When you are doing it, African countries are looking at you. Some of them, they are ahead of us now in terms of, let me say, advancement a little bit. So when you are bringing up our
Not some
country,
of them, all of them.
okay, no.
No, now some of them, not be all of them. Go Kenya.
So
May go see country.
this what is it called? Brazil, South Africa, leave all those ones. Forget just as if they know they. Organize yourself first. When you are now picking up, because the advantage Nigeria is having is we have talent and they are all
Yes.
over the world. That is
Yes.
that's why when they talk of this Indonesia, we're looking any country you see that turned around, that could be difficulty but Nigeria we just like if the leadership they there, we have confidence, leave everything for us.
We'll do it.
Nigeria within 5-10 years, people go say they marvel. They can't believe it. And when it starts. Well, that be just put it that way. So, but trying to stay in maybe one type of rise news, the talk say we use what is Falana talking about?
Don't mind him. He has never practicalized anything in his life before. Don't mind him.
Ghana is having oil. What is so many countries now, even fracking, there so many alternatives to crude oil. Okay, they are now manufacturing electric cars, which will be rolled out in the next, let's say, at most 10 years, if at all it go reach. So all these things
already done. That's why you said
so all these things is saying when people like this talk, then you now start to wonder which world are they existing into? How can you be talking? How can you be talking of Nigeria? What you should be talking about Nigeria is put a leader that is committed, so that Nigerians abroad sees that the leadership back home is committed. Leave the rest to Nigerians. Leave the rest to them, because before you know it, people will just be coming with all this idea. Oyibo, China is taking over like in Nigeria. All this thing they are talking because Nigerians are leaving. If our leadership, look, do you know that if really our leader, they are committed, before you come into the country, anything you are doing, they will tell you this is the amount of, this is the employment rate they want from you.
Condition, they'll give you conditions.
That is the interest you have now as a country, as a president, who, when they are coming, he say, look, you make it a law that, okay, yeah, this is the employment we want. This is the one Nigerian content of everything. Anything Nigerian content must be everything. By the time you are doing it this way now, you are opening up. You are opening up your country. Foreign investment is coming. Your people are gaining from it, skill-wise. What is it called? The way they say they transfer money, all these things. So, but when you sit down and think that the world owe you a living, as if during the 70s they are fighting Arab-Israeli war, the whole Arabs stopped selling oil. Then America came begging for Nigeria. That was when Obasanjo, that was when Qatar came to Nigeria. America came begging because America needed oil then. All these things hasn't been there. So Obasanjo used that idea then to shine. Then Dubai, we paid Dubai salary like they said, 2 years. Dubai, where you see. So all those times Nigeria was just
nonsense, people.
Yeah. So all those things, maybe Falana feel that Nigeria is strategically irrelevant in world affairs for now until we wake up. Because the moment we wake up, the world will know. Instantly, it will just be like that night where Nigeria beat Brazil for Olympics.
It's a CN.
Yes,
do you
please.
know that a boy of 26 years old bought car
Sorry, I didn't hear. I didn't hear the last.
Boy, a graduate of 26 years old,
Yeah.
use a sport car model, fiber, University ABU. Up to now, the Nigerian government just closed door. The next one, a graduate produced electric car. In the north now.
Yeah. So
no
we know
government
this.
don't rise up to help that boy.
We know something.
In Warri, in Delta State. What
we
about
know
a couple of years ago? We have a guy that is a secondary school dropout. It was making a toy plane and toy helicopter flying everywhere. You know?
No, the ingenuity of Nigeria is unsurpassed. That is even why the world have a lot, despite all the crime they associate with Nigerians all over the world, all this looting, and everything, is because they feel that these people, if they are in your economy, like in Europe, they are contributing. Go to Germany, go to the US, UK here, Nigerians are. So when they look at it, they find out that all it takes is for these people to get their acts together. They will explode. So we all know that. That's why when I was telling people, I said, look, given our experience, the leadership with the experience of our leadership, say since the past 30, 40 years, it has always been looting. So Nigeria is bleeding. Whoever goes in will just be looting. If P2B goes in and is not interested in looting, building houses or all these mansions, that is a plus. And then he now puts his eye, like he said, I will approve what you are going to steal. So if I did not put it in the body things, now how would they be doing? So there are some soft infrastructure that will be in place, a change of attitude of the people, so that they will now realize that these things we are doing ourselves. Attend the issue of power, look at our insecurity, and then the economy will start to pick up. Leave the rest to Nigerians. Even the world they will be coming. Eventually, they will like to, because one, the manpower is there. The labor might be cheap at the initial stage, but as we are going on, I don't really think Nigeria will rely so much on foreign investment. Nigerians themselves abroad will be good investors. We have to kickstart the economy, and that is how it should be. But because of the fact that our leaders we've been having a hopeless leader, so when they come in, you talk of medical treatment abroad. If a country cannot treat,
you heard about what this guy complained about now, about when some people build sports cars, they ignore them. I've seen a case where they did a competition in Nigeria for UAVs, and the competition went very well. Nigerians were, they were passionate. You can see how they want to contribute and they want to do this stuff. And the next year they killed the competition, so it doesn't happen again. And it's as if these are our leaders. They are not there to develop the country. They are there to prevent development of the country.
To loot.
The ones that are there, their job is to ensure the country is strong enough not to completely this thing collapse, but weak enough to keep the country. I mean, they keep the country weak enough not to collapse, but because if it collapses, everybody loses. The Europeans cannot listen. But at the same time, our strength, they don't let us become too strong too. So they prevent development. Because if you look at their approach, they are always doing this anemically. They always try to pretend as if they are moving. Look at our life expectancy. There's no way these leaders don't know what is going on with that. They know. They are deliberately keeping us. They call them like gatekeepers. They pretend as if they want to do the right thing, but they are not. Some of them even say the right words, like the Ghanaian president. Like, he will say the right words. Like, this is a guy that literally, was it this year, early this year, he literally was saying, oh, we shouldn't have to be relying on foreigners for money anymore. At that same conference, he was asking for IMF loan. You can't make it up. And when you hear what that lady that used to work for the African Union said, Dr. Arikana, when she said that her position, when she took it up, they told her that they don't expect anything from her. What that means is that you don't have to do anything. Just pretend as if you're working. And that kind of stuff it gives me serious trust issues of our leaders. That these people are just taking us for a ride. They will pretend as if they are doing something. They are not doing anything concrete. If a leader wants to do something concrete in the context of Nigeria, you will notice it very quickly. Like that El Salvador leader. or Lin Kuan Yew, all those are people, when they come into office, you will notice that they are trying to do the right thing.
And they do it now, and then they say
get
it
it
will
done.
change over. And even
It's
then,
not
they
rocket
do not have the
science.
talent Nigeria has. That is the advantage. That is the advantage. You count the top scientists probably anywhere you go, engineers, anything in anywhere, Nigerians are there contributing. But until our leaders realize that, look, this country, this is what we need to do. That's why for once, I tend not to believe that the Western world, they are really the people holding us not to develop. I don't really think so, because I don't think if we launch a power revolution, that America or Britain will conspire, say we don't. No, it won't.
They are.
They will actually. They will. There are examples in Africa right now.
See, let me
They are not.
See, let me
They're not.
They will. If you look at the way this in the Kenyan president is sounding these days, and talking about how African leaders need to get their act together, they're already threatening him.
You remember immediately at that 4 a.m. when the INEC president or the INEC chairman announced that result, that Tinubu is the winner of the election. Instantly, the British embassy consulate in Nigeria congratulated Tinubu, and when she has a journalist from England, that they were all over Nigeria monitoring that election, and they know for sure that mandate is wrong, that pronunciation is wrong, that guy did not win anything. Because this is what they have ever planned for.
But you see, one thing I want to tell you, see, that is, I know they will still play politics, but I do not think that if, for instance, Obasanjo said the $16 billion for power generation, the money died. Is it the West that said don't give your people electricity? What I'm saying is there are certain things.
You know what? It's that money in Nigeria. The guy that stole that money took that money out of Nigeria. He took that money to a foreign country and banked that money. So if you hold on a second, Mr. Cien, if you as a person, Mr. Cien, we take 100,000 pounds to any bank in London or in England there to bank, and first and foremost, they will call it up on you. You have to tell them where you get that money from and how you get that money. You have to provide your papers. So,
but why must you take it in the first place? That is the patriotism I'm talking about, and that is what runs between the El Salvador chap we mentioned now and Lee Kuan Yew. Is because of the love they have.
The El Salvador guy,
because they are thieves.
I sent the link to you, CM. You saw the link in the private chat. The El Salvador guy, somebody created the environment for him to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Because if he didn't have that secure environment, he wouldn't be able to do that. And the context is that if your leaders are too weak, what is going to happen is that they have control over them. This is not even hidden anymore. We all know now they are behind the assassination of Murtala Mohammed. We know they are behind the assassination of Lumumba. We know they are behind the removal of Kwame Nkrumah. All the leaders that want to develop Africa, they remove them.
Even Thomas Sankara, they did
not hide it anymore.
Even Muammar Gaddafi, if they cannot remove it, they'll kill you.
But Muammar Gaddafi has already achieved a lot now. His own might be because maybe they feel is I don't know. I know it's not. I have no proof.
In charge of all the
They say he's sponsoring terrorism, which I don't have any proof. But in terms of making his country secure and then advance, I mean, you can't beat Libya, man. He accomplished something.
Didn't you hear when Kagame was saying something? Let me just add this one. When Kagame was saying that all they had to do was say that they don't want to receive fairly used clothes from America anymore, and America put sanctions on them. That's fairly used clothes. They say they don't want it from America anymore. They put sanctions on them. Tell me if that is not forcing African leaders to do what they don't want to do.
Yes, and that fairly used clothes is not free. Our people are buying it from them. shipping it, you pay for shipping in America and shipping it to Africa. You understand me? So it's business. It's not free. You know, so
The problem I have with Gaddafi is that he never kind of like tutored or mentored someone else. You understand what I mean? It was just him and his family.
Yes,
him and his family. That's selfish. You know, at least he should have had somebody that even when they take him out, the person will spring up. Because the problem they have in
dictator.
You know,
now. He built everything around him too much. He built everything
around him. That guy out was not even because of that. That guy was trying to use his money to create stability in Africa. He was trying to utilize Africa.
Exactly. My brother don't say that. Remember when he came to remember when he came to Nigeria, when they appeared to Nigeria. You understand? They came, I think they came in a submarine and all that stuff. You know, to me, it's not about developing Africa. But at the end of the day,
it is because do you know what happened in 2002 when Mugabe was finding it difficult with all these white farmers? Gaddafi was on the side of Mugabe.
I know, but he created the problem himself, because I think they did not bomb that Panam Air.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I mean?
Sure? Are you really sure?
He was among the
That's what I'm saying. How do you think? Do you know?
I don't see why Gaddafi would do anything like that. Even
I doubt it. I doubt it. You see, the thing is that international politics. The thing could be Gaddafi is not like if you want to have American interest in the Arab world, you are not in good terms with Israel. That is also an opportunity. I mean, a signal for America to keep an eye on you. Libya was, first of all, why I like Gaddafi was he developed his country and showed love to his people. That is one. That is the beginning. Now, if you
to the rest of Africa.
Yes, exactly. So now, if you now want to sort of, play the politics, at least you want to expand in Africa. That's why those days they say advancing what Nigeria could do or nothing. He was also having interest in Mugabe, where Mugabe is, just to help. And Mugabe is an enemy of the British. So when you are playing I know in the traditional politics, unless it favors them, they will count you as a friend. But what I want is in everything, first of all, uplift your people first, because that is your primary job. Bring up your people, develop your country, put your defense system in order, at least so that you can say, I'm independent as a country, I can stand on my own. Now, if you now want to play the big boy politics, maybe you want your influence to throw your weight behind maybe Somalia, but you have to know, if you are throwing your weight behind Somalia, what is America's interest in Somalia? Nothing. Where you can go on. What is British interest? What is Russia? So they are nothing. So you can be doing it. But if you leave your country as a palace like where Nigeria are, you are vulnerable to anything because your citizens cannot even understand you. You know that Libyans, they rallied around Muammar Gaddafi as a country. He doesn't have a position at home. So that might mean why they may say he was quite a leader for a long time, but because he hasn't got that opposition, the people are comfortable with him. They see the reason why they should believe in their country. So this is where this should be any leader's starting point. Develop your country, secure your country, then you cannot think of the type of politics you want to play. Yes,
I agree with you that we are ultimately responsible, and I don't think Europeans are evil for doing what they are doing what they are supposed to do for their people. They love their people more than they care for our own interests.
Of
so
course.
that's what they are. That's their primary. They are meant to do that. But from our point of view, we have to see it from the point of view that, okay, yes, for us to be ultimately responsible, you have to push back against their interest, because sometimes our interest is conflicting with their own interest. And this is why that's why when someone like me call them out, that is the context I'm calling them out. I'm not calling them out because they are evil. They are doing what they are supposed to do. If I was on their side, I would be doing exactly what they are doing.
Exactly.
Maybe worse. You see what I mean? So
It's true, yeah.
that is the context I'm calling it out, and don't see that like I don't think this is either or. Both of them are true. We have people that want to undermine us, and it's also still our responsibility to thwart them from doing
It's
that,
true.
and we haven't
It's
done
true.
it yet.
It's
And
true.
the
It's a, it,
only product that they can use to perpetrate their way is a
it's
corrupt
still us.
leaders.
Mhm.
Corrupt
It's
leaders.
still,
So if
it's
people like
still
Tinubu has that opportunity
no
to come
Tinubu
in,
no. Tinubu is no Tinubu is compromised already because
my brother,
that is
will be
drug.
paying
You know,
for the air you
there.
breathe, you'll be paying for it.
So that is that
You
a
say that Tinubu is
drug.
compromised already. Can you imagine if you went to plant something into Tinubu's body? They can plant it anywhere. The rate that
So
that guy goes there to sleep.
so you see, that's what I say. He's compromised already because okay, let's say he's even healthy. There's no mental issue. Okay, the fact that he has a drug deal, all these things. The thing is that alone is a shame. What if he goes for UN meeting and lands in United States and something somehow, this international they can because he hasn't got any ground, any moral this thing to stand up and then say, look, America, okay, just like we said that what is the name? The Salvador man said, please keep off. I want to build my, all those type of. Not really, you have to stay then keep off, but from your attitude, they know that you are much more concentrated inside to see what you can do to your people. Tinubu as a person cannot even. I mean, he can't, or maybe he will distribute question again, but he cannot really sort of articulate a position and say, look, I want to be patriotic, I want to face Nigeria. Maybe if America is trying to sign this, say, no, you have to sign it under our terms. That type of thing, he's compromised. So he cannot be there. And
Where's my share? I
no,
will
man,
sign
that
it.
even at the age of 90, still looking for court. So all those things. So as a leader, you don't bring such people. El Salvador now, if you studied, I've not, but this will make me to go and read something about the chap or do thing. Such people, because when they come in, you have to look at yourself first, and then you want to make sure your country is good. That is the thing. If you are doing, that's what I'm saying. There's a limit that America could frustrate us to develop our place in terms of infrastructure, road, dam, for agriculture, all those things. There's a limit they can frustrate, if at all. Unless maybe they bidded for a contract you didn't give them, or they bidded for this or that. But even if they are bidding for contract, if you are the leader and you are not interested in taking a court, you do it openly. Of course, let them build, get their money, you pay them, they go away. All you know is that ultimately, the standard of living, the life expectancy of your people, you are now raising it, which is good. If you raise it to the level Libya is, I mean, with what Gaddafi did to Libya, the only thing left for him is to get into world politics the way he understands it. If he wants to control the whole of Africa, assert his influence through AU better, or he feels that in trying to do it, there are some strategic countries America may have in Africa, so do not go there unless you are going there as an ally of America to help in doing that thing. You'll be on their good book. Otherwise, but then you have to tidy your room, your place, before you come outside to play politics. So Nigeria hasn't done that. That's why our case is a basket case. So until we articulate, sort of make sure that the real bread and butter issue, we've overcome it. And the advantage I keep saying we have is that in our own case, because we have talent in everything, that is even why the world, the way they may approach Libya or maybe any other country, they will say Nigeria, they've got a lot of talents and they are developing. They have the manpower. We might not really need foreign labor because we are there. We just keep flying at least. Or even if we can't do anything, let us be the god of other African countries so that they dream of coming to Nigeria. Forget about you can be like Germany, withdraw from international politics, concentrate on your technology and your. Germany is not apart from, if not for EU, Germany is not really a word in when you mention world politics, like you say for France. After France has a permanent seat at the UN, so France, China, Britain, but Germany is the economic powerhouse. So all what they can play in politics, they use the economy to dominate the world in terms of their products. So that is also something that we can't wish away. But the way Nigeria is with our population, it's explosive. It's either we get it right or we explode. And when we explode now, it won't work. The poverty is so much. That's why that is fueling crime.
But
So
can I say something?
yes,
No, Mr. CM, poverty in Nigeria, 55% of them is caused by individuals. I will
it's
tell
a
you,
poverty.
Nigeria,
Poverty.
yeah, a lot of our people cause poverty to themselves.
But
Let me tell you something.
poverty without infrastructure
someone-
to
That one I lie. That one I don't believe for that one. That one is
No, not be like, make I tell you the
that
reason.
one no enter house at all.
Hold on. You see somebody when they make 50K now a month, 50,000 naira a month, will go and rent a house that will be paying half a million naira to 1 million naira a year because that his friend or someone that he knows live in a house like that. So he wants to raise in prestige to emulate or other people when he knows that at the end of the year he cannot afford it. That one is one. And two, some of them don't want to work, but they want to live. Back in the days when we were growing up, you either go to school or you learn a trade, or you learn work, or you be a farmer. In either way, you make a living. But the ones
what of in the north? What of the northern part of the country? Is it by renting? Like from the first point, like the first point you make, you see the poverty exactly. Like Peter Obi said, the more you invest in the critical areas of the economy, which is education and health, the more you can have some semblance of building human capacity with which with which to develop. So because I don't usually make talk of defense because that is the primary duty of a government. Even if you build your defense, you still have to do all. It's an ongoing thing anyway. To me, I so argue that Nigerian defense, we can't put a number to it until we saturate and say we've gotten what we want to be able to stand. So you can't just say
that's correct.
You can't just say, unlike others, what you may say, this country is maybe 1 million, they have 50, these people have this. It's like their own, they're just doing addition.
He's starting for 1 million though. That's
no, I'm coming. So even because as you are building, some will be getting old, you are retiring. So you continue balancing it until such a time that you feel that look, because it's an ongoing something. Until when you have it, so that once you are having it, you now say yes, we've got it. So and we have the so that one is, I take it as giving because that is
I can't wait to see that day. The day in Nigeria, people don't understand the momentous event that will mean. That is the first time in the last 400 years that our country, our region has decided to put its forces together to start organizing itself. This is something that not Africans do easily. We haven't. No sub-Saharan African country has done this.
Yeah, because probably the North African, and let me tell you something like Egypt. Sometimes it takes an event to make a turning point. When Egypt used to have the highest military power, air power in Africa, before they fought the Jews in the 1973. Is it 1967 to 1967? That a young, so 1967 war. But Egypt they were decimated. After that, by the time Anwar Sadat came, they recovered their Sinai Peninsula. He made the sacred mission to Egypt, to Israel. The Arabs felt he betrayed them. He said, but we have to make peace with Israel for us to live. Look at the Sinai. We are not cultivating agriculture, everything. So they made peace, and then they now swore that Egypt will rebuild. And in terms of, I think in Africa, they should be the most secure country. I may be wrong, but I feel it should be Egypt. Though
Egypt is a police state, man. You can't step one street without meeting police.
So what it means is that because something is a turning point. So that thing taught them a lesson. Because and then when you want to rebuild, as you are rebuilding, you rebuild based on your exigencies and what you need. It's not just you can't put a figure to it because
Because
you might think that you are doing it well. You have to do it first
the,
of
lead,
all, look inwards and say what really do we need?
the leaders that rebuilt Egypt were patriotic leaders.
Of
But the
course.
leaders we have in Nigeria are not patriotic.
You know,
Their
we
patriotism
haven't
is for their own pocket.
we haven't started now. We haven't started.
Also,
You know, you take it like engineer can look at it this way. When you are working something like you are in the US, you are not thinking of getting a good house to live in US. What your interest is have to be taking money and be putting in Indonesia. That Indonesia you are putting is where your mind is. So when our leaders are building houses, going to Dubai to buy, they don't even recognize that. There is no, they don't even think of your country. What they are thinking of, okay, my kids, you go school there, I have a house there, I visit. So that Nigeria you are milking, your mind is not there. I can understand an individual like me or you doing it. Americans, an average American can decide to go and buy a house outside America. It's a free citizen. But when a leader is doing it and looting for that matter and going for medical treatment for that matter, that's a risk. It's not. It shouldn't be encouraged.
Toothache, they go overseas.
Yeah.
They have headache, they have to go overseas. Everything their back is aching, then they have to go overseas.
And it's on state and it's on state money, not that it's a private money. It's on state account, on Nigerian account. So when you have this type of situation, you find out that the thing is that sometimes you can't really be challenged. So okay, now let's put it this way. What moral right or under what ground, what is the justification for something like something to be happening in Nigeria? We take a stand against the West. It's not, you can't now. You go to them for medical treatment. This is a private. This is your own private. Yes.
I used to do that. They were
So-
just like,
so-
you want to see a doctor? You better shut up your mouth, then.
So you go to them for private treatment. Now we don't know what you wanna discuss there. Then you came back. Your houses.
At that
some are
level,
in
there's nothing like private at that level.
So
Buhari stopped going to Germany because they thought, even from Germany, Americans got a hold of his medical record. That's why, no, was it Buhari or
Yaradua.
Yeah, he stopped going to Germany because of that. So at that level, there is nothing like privacy. They have
Exactly.
all the documents on you.
Yeah.
Get it? All our leaders that are
It
going
shouldn't
there,
be.
they have all the documents on them. From
It
CIA
shouldn't- it
to
should-
MI5 to all the
Yeah.
intelligence services in
It,
Europe, they
should,
have
it,
it.
should, it shouldn't be. And I don't think that's why sometimes I know that the West, of course, if you are competing with somebody, if you hold a slave and he's serving you, you will never like a slave to get his freedom. You can't.
There was one show I was watching about 4 or 5 years ago. They call it exclusive home in Beverly Hills. One Nigerian man came. I've not heard about his name before, but he said that he's into oil and gas. This guy bought a house, a huge mansion for $11 million cash. His agent was running mad. The agent was a black guy. He was crazy, begging the seller to sell it, that in any money that he wanted, his client is ready to pay. When they not ask where's the client from. Is it from LA? He said no. He says from Africa. What part? He said Nigeria. That I now have to increase the volume. To hear it better. About a week later, this guy came to pay, and this guy loved the antiques that they have in the house. He paid additional $8 million again for the antiquities that they have in the house, making $19 million cash that he paid for. And he doesn't live in the US. Now, whenever he and his wife or kids come here for holiday, they will have a house to stay. So that means that house there is going to have a cleaner helpers that will be helping him to clean the house, cut the grasses. Those ones will be the one enjoying the house. You see these guys?
That is where my grouse with them is. that's where my grasp with them is. Because if you're a leader of your country, your private, what is it called? Is it private or your personal interest takes backstage? The chap in El Salvador is not doing it because he's favoring him. He just want the country. He just love to build his. That is just the secret. It doesn't mean it. He just want to build his country, and he will be, and he's doing it. So when you have a leader who is in Aso Rock, all he's interested is we are lacking behind, no electricity, no infrastructure, this or that. You should be in a hurry. When you are doing all these things, I don't really think the world may not take note, but as you're moving, developing your people, doing all these things, good at in you are having a country like Nigeria that has talents all over the world. They start coming home like the Chinese did or Japanese, went abroad, get back home, and then look at where the Japanese are. Somebody told me there's a bank in London called Nomura. Nomura is a Japanese bank. They say the Japanese people working there are paid higher than the British. That is their bank.
Yes, the Japanese people. Japanese are one of the highest paid in the UK now in terms of individually their value is very,
Out
very
to
high.
America, they have Chinese banks all over. There was one building that I did in Flushing, in New York, in Queens, Flushing. You know, the building was financed by the Chinese bank.
So Engineer Ken, why I mentioned this Nomura bank is to tell you the pride a Japanese that he left Japan, came to work in their bank in UK, and is paid higher than the British people doing the same job or something like in their own bank. So that is what they call national pride. That is the pride. It's telling you that, look, this is our country, they can do without you or something like that. And they can do it.
10 years ago in America, they recalled back over thousands of Toyota. They were having a crush problem.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, when they called him back, the CEO of Toyota in America, so they called him into the Senate. The Senate told him that every Toyota product that has that problem, they should go to any Toyota location to fix it for free. So the man says that he has no power to do that, except the overall CEO of Toyota in Japan has to come to America to come and honor this invitation that this demand is bigger than him. Then the Senate now sent invitation to the CEO of Toyota. Boy, guys.
Do you know, the Engineer Ken, do you know what you said now? Let me apply it to Nigerian case. Do you know the day a Nigerian president will say is someone MTN, that the charges you are charging Nigeria for call this. That is the pride.
Yes.
You someone MTN. That is what the people want to see. So when you now say no.
What caught my attention, then the CEO of Toyota came to the United States. The whole network, the whole TV network in the United States were focused on this guy. This guy came with we call it Shabbat, beautiful aircraft, Toyota, to land in Washington, D.C. My brothers, man, when this guy came down from the plane, he was about 4 feet or 5 feet tall. His name is Aki Toyota. When this guy stepped into the Senate, the whole Senate stood up to honor it. Then when they start asking questions, this guy refused to speak English. He spoke Japanese all through with an interpreter.
That is another thing again. And that interpreter is America that we get to interpret, isn't it?
Japanese, which America. Japanese interpreting it to English. Then he tell them.
No. What I'm saying is that it is the American government that will bring an interpreter. They will. That's what I'm saying. So in other ways, though I believe, because when I say if I say that Nigeria will have not up to that, not that I'm belittling us. You see, before you play politics at that level to assert, make sure you have your backyard covered. That is what make sure you have your backyard covered, which
That's
means
true.
that is the
As
business.
a
That
matter of
is
fact, by the time you even get to that level, don't even look for trouble. Personally, if I was
exactly.
the one doing it, I would keep securing building myself until they come and start making trouble for me. I will not say anything, even when they
Exactly.
make
Yeah.
trouble. I'll pretend as if I didn't know. Because if you
Mhm.
look at the tactics Iran use, you saw how sometimes they even attack Iran. Iran will be
Mhm.
like, "Oh, we are going to retaliate," but they will not do anything. No, we're going to retaliate. They will just carry on
Exactly.
developing again because they know this is
It's
not the
true.
time to confront, to make trouble.
Mhm.
So you just
It's
have
true.
to be careful about these things. Pick your fights. You
Mhm.
know, man, it's gonna be fun to see Nigeria actually start moving in that. If that happens in my lifetime, people, if you witness it, it's something that you can't even imagine how momentous that event is. Because in the last 400 years, nothing like that has happened before. It's
Yeah.
strange to say that it's almost weird to believe that that has never happened in
But
our context
Tuneja,
before,
Tuneja,
because
how
other
do
people have
we?
been doing it repeatedly in
Yeah, how
history.
do we get here? Because
Pardon?
Okay.
how do we get?
How did we get where we are now?
Yeah, because far back in the 70s when I started having
Can you
this
say if you dey ask question where you sabi the answer?
The 70s were, see,
because
Nigeria was never great. Even in the 70s, we just had the illusion of greatness. We were never really great.
when Naira was bigger than dollar. When
The-
Naira was bigger than
Because they just
one
left
one
now.
dollar.
It was them that did the work and
do you
left.
know the reason? This is the reason, Ken.
Yeah.
Now, the Arab League, OPEC, they were in solidarity that they will never sell crude oil to the West because the West were supporting Israel that defeated them 1967 since the war and 1973. So because they did that, America has to look for alternative so if they can't get all these, even Saudi Arabia was with them. So the only, I think, Africa then was Nigeria because Algeria is also Arab in solidarity. I don't think Angola has discovered oil then. So when they came, Obasanjo played the politics that, Jimmy Carter came to Nigeria in 1978. Despite being a military man, Obasanjo was a military then, but Carter came. So when he came, what he wanted was that crude oil to save his domestic supply, unlike what it is now. So Obasanjo, helped, and the money was flowing in. So that small cash we have there, we throw it around, did the first tax 77,
Yeah,
all
we have
those,
too much money now. We didn't know what to do. Borrowing
So
Asian countries.
Mutala say Africa has come of age, black man. We talk without
We
sense.
like to boast too much. This boastful thing, it needs to stop.
So that was, you see, that was what make, according to my chemistry
How can
lecturer there.
Murtala say something like that even? During
it's
that
true,
time, people were already going to space, where he
And
was saying
listen,
that garbage.
now
Nigeria
listen,
doesn't even have a space program. You have come of age.
Listen, not only that, are we really, what of infrastructure are we developed to say the least? Even by the standard of those days, we are not developed. But Mutala was busy talking. What was it he said? We are already entering South Africa. But that was good to liberate them, doing non-aligned movement. Non-aligned movement.
African thing
No, this non-aligned movement with Yugoslavia under Joseph Tito. Listen. Yes, please. Yeah.
Now, 1 second. The train that Tunega brought to Nigeria, I think Tunega lives in England, right? The train that he brought to Nigeria. Right now, they are pushing the train with hand. The diesel got to they are pushing the train.
That train, blue line, he broke down. I think he broke down and they had to push it back.
Are you sure it's brand new?
If you are complaining about that one, how about the one where they are using ladder to climb into planes?
So listen. Ken, please. Ken, please let me not forget. So that's more cash. That's why they call it oil boom. So that's more cash when Nigeria get that time. Throw away first time, call Africans, come and work. Every black nation, come and work. Think that, is it 1 month or 2 weeks for free? They built first tag for them. Then Mutala went they played African this thing in the end. So
we have too much hubris. I don't know where we got this hubris from. It's too much.
So that is the mistake. people saying that Nigeria was maybe then that was that is the basis of dollar being naira being stronger than the dollar because we're exporting. Because we're exporting and the America want to buy. So for America to buy, they have to, if their dollar is stronger than our own, we can't. So we now see that we can, with our this thing, get them. So they were giving them. Nigeria was the #1 supplier of crude oil to America in the 70s.
Yes.
So that was how Nigeria saved America, because the Arab League conspired that they won't sell to them. And the America and Russia and the Cold War was very severe then. So America dare not go to Russia, to go and ask. So that was the opportunity, the window that opened to Nigeria and the money. So when we had the money now, we can pay Dubai their 2-year salary, go to Jamaica and pay their salary. No, it's true. I'm not making it up.
I know now. I know.
We pay people's salary when we have not.
Malaysia after salary.
Who did it? I think when they ask who did this to us, there is something seriously wrong with our psychology sometimes. Because that was a time, that was an opportunity for us to get out of the mess we are in. But instead, we're paying other people's salary with the money we had.
Even in the 90s, 90s and early 2000s.
Was it why I read Ojukwu, one of Ojukwu's interview? He said, Gowon and the military, they lost our chance of the century, I think, something like that. So we haven't learned anything. So when you hear Nigeria and there was a time naira was higher than it's because of that. Because
what
America,
did he say about losing chance of the century?
He said Ojukwu said Gowon lost our opportunity of the century in terms of building. That's Festa. Festa wasn't Obasanjo. It was Gowon that planned it, but because he was overthrown, then they continued the procedure. Murtala continued, then Obasanjo saw it to fruition. So Ojukwu was saying that Nigeria had squandermania. There was a time they said Nigeria imported something from abroad. It was just sand. They shipped Nigeria sand. He said if you came to Apapa Wharf then, ship demurrage can stay for 3 months on the high sea, waiting to bed, no space. Oh dear, I need to see. Read that, but I'm telling you.
Even recently, in this early 2000s, some states in Nigeria, one state in Yoruba land, I've forgotten the name of the governor, import cows from America.
This Ekiti man, Fayemi. Is it not the cow? They said the cow arrived at the airport and refused to move. They said because that is not American air. He said even cow. No, it's true. Fayemi. He said
this can't be right. Something is wrong.
He said the cow. So he said the cow refused to. Something like people were surprised. Say cow wake up from America. He could not look the face of the people. Say no, this cannot be my people. This cannot be.
I open the car to play. When your cows look outside,
it's
they
true.
This cannot be happening. Who did this? How did I get here?
Exactly. How did I get here? Send me back. Or as an animal, you go just that's what they call human stimulus. Now the stimulus will tell you that you're in a different environment.
This is an aggressive territory. Nigeria has always been a deadly spot. Europeans were not able to survive in Nigeria now. In those days, they were not able to survive.
Do you know one thing? What a white man can buy from you. This is let's just play simple economics. What a white man can buy for you is what they've tried in their country to do. They can't. They will not buy from you. They can't just because of, today in Britain, banana. If they can cultivate, if banana can grow very well with their weight, everything, they can't.
This guy, Owalale said that even cow fear Nigeria evil.
It's true. Fayemi of Ekiti State imported cow. They say it's American. They want to do animal husbandry.
I want you
Nigeria. You see, I see. I will respect a leader. You see, to me, my idea of leadership is if you know what you can do with your own resources in your country, use it first. Don't just everything import. No. It doesn't just work. Use your own. Do you know that ordinarily we cultivate cassava and they can grow very well?
Yeah.
And you can make ethanol from cassava. Why can't we export ethanol? We cultivate this and then tell the world we can export cassava. Rubber can grow in Nigeria. We have Dunlop. I think Pat Tommy said it with Nigeria, and they've dealt with us. Pat Tommy said, Pat Tommy said, Pat Tommy said he called a meeting in the 80s. He said, Volkswagen, you are assembling in Nigeria from Lagos. Peugeot in Kaduna, you are French. Mercedes, is it Anamco, Enugu? Steyr, I don't know where Steyr is from, but Ibadan. Steyr is in Bauchi. Toyota, I think, in Ibadan. Which one is in Port Harcourt? They do that. So he called them. He said, look, we've supported you people. What we want to play is economic diplomacy. That we want to be exporting rubber. We want you people to diversify and be cultivating rubber here in Nigeria so that we export. He said the thing couldn't work. They couldn't realize it because they went and reported to the head of state. He said, don't mind him, they overruled it. He said that was when he started having problem. The thing is that a white man will use what they have to get what they need, their own. Why not copy it in Nigeria? That is the beginning of everything.
Yeah.
What you have, copy it. Use your own. Value the one you have. Even if you want to import, you import later. Do you know that Japan has been using cars that use solar long time when they were even manufacturing and giving us Honda Accord? They say, hey, Honda is good. You use petrol. Their own using solar or anything. That's what they use in their car. Then, because they don't feel that this is what they want. They use their own. So in our own case, when Nigeria had small cash, all we did was to start throw money. Imagine going to Caribbean to pay salary, go to Dubai, not to loan. Nigeria was loaning money to ADB now.
Yeah.
Nigeria, yes. Mansa Musa did the same thing now, where that one went and sprayed money all over
on the way to Mecca.
Yeah, what is it with us? You never see these things with the other groups. What is it with us?
So exactly,
we need to learn our lesson from history that this is bad idea. Power, you have to go for power first. Don't flaunt wealth. Don't
flaunt wealth. Build your people, develop, give your people what they need. That's why that's what Libya did. Before Gaddafi died, anybody will tell you that Libya, in terms of economic power, the people are happy.
When
developed
you go
them.
17, you go serve the country military for 1 year. When you come back, they'll give you a free house.
Exactly. At least you make your people happy before you now play high-tech politics, whether you have to invade this country or maybe go there and build block. But people, you see, that's why when Nigeria says something, it sounds hollow. And that is what will reduce crime. How can you be having money? All you go about is to go and be looking for who to pay salary, the other country, a country salary, pay them for this, pay them, come back home, use money, organize first act, then start making mouth. We are this. That was what made America to say we are really the giant of Africa, because they need crude oil. You see, when the white people are even praising you, if it's a signal, it's a signal you should go back home and then think.
Yes, of course. If a white man start praising you, you know that your end is around the corner.
Exactly.
If the white man start hating you, you know that you are doing the right thing.
You are doing the right thing. Particularly if you are doing what they do not expect you to do. Yes. So Nigeria, it was on that basis they lost the chance. But now have we learned? Otherwise, I don't see look. The greatest shame is for somebody to say, maybe you are in one type of hospital in London. Oh, okay, that's the president of Nigeria. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you normally come here for treatment. Huh? Oh, what a shame. A president of a country, you enter.
You know why? You know why?
You have how many medical schools?
They don't trust Nigerian doctors. So because of their crime.
I thought this was supposed to be for 3-4 hours. We need to start rounding up so that we
Exactly.
can do some other day. After all, there's still tomorrow's session.
The opposition might kill them.
Engineer Ken is in America, isn't he?
No,
yeah. We are night people here, so we need to start rounding up.
I don't even know how Dr. CM sleeps. Dr. CM, you can, is it not? Now, wow.
We UK people are special. You don't know.
you know one thing. Do you know one thing with America is that but you Americans are worker. So somebody can just finish eating, just take on, begin the test among different people. Begin the test to see how they work.
That was what I was trying to ask Simon. Remember the other day that he came on, right? The first news the first news that he's talking about, they support, people owning gun. It's not that owning gun is not the problem. But how can you tell a 12-year-old, 16-year-old to own a weapon, like kind of like a weapon of war?
You see, that gun something is what made the American civilization to suspect.
Because NRA is holding them. NRA is giving them money, and then they don't even know what they're doing anymore.
Yeah, it's a Republican thing, though.
I'm telling you, every day I look at my phone just to make sure that I don't get any news from my children's school that something is going on.
Yeah, you have to
because
these days in America, because the rate of these things is just alarming now.
Yeah.
You never know. A 6-year-old went to school and shot the teacher.
Dead from gun violence just in 2001. That is a lot of people.
Because
dead.
Why will it not happen? They took Bible away from the school. No more preaching on the word of God. They don't teach them Bible anymore in the school.
I don't know.
Even if you teach them Bible, but they are still having gun, it still not work. So you just leave the Bible alone, just the gun. And I think it's only America that legalized gun. In the whole of Europe, I don't think.
What you tend to see with Europeans is that, sorry, Engineer Ken, sorry. Yes. What you tend to see with Europeans is that the more minorities they have in their country, the more aggressive the system is. Just like if you come to Africa now, if you look at South Africa, you see how well they are doing, and the countries like Kenya has a significant population of Europeans and Indians.
White people,
they are relatively stable. So the more, that's how it is. If you look at Scandinavian countries, they didn't have a lot of minorities there. Look at how well they are doing. And the further down you come towards the south of Europe, you start seeing even more minorities show up. The ones across the Mediterranean Sea and all the rest. The more aggressive their systems become. And in the case of America, it's the most aggressive because they have a sizable minority. Like the African American alone is going to 40 to 50 million. And then you have the Hispanics show up again. But Canada doesn't have that. But look at how benign Canada is. The same thing, you go to Australia. The more foreigners you have, the more they make the system aggressive. For whatever reason, because they feel that the aggressive nature of the system will mean that they will still control the levels of power in that system. Even in South Africa, if you look at South Africa right now, South Africa is one of the crime breeding country in Africa. They literally call South Africa the crime center of Africa. So you can see why they do that. And I really think people need to be paying attention to the patterns, because when you look at it all over the world, the pattern repeats itself over and over. If the whiter the country is, the more safe it is. They don't even have gates in Scandinavian prisons.
That's not true. See, two Nigeria here in America.
I can't hear you clearly. Sorry.
No, okay. I said that's not true. Here in America, the foreigners don't carry guns. They
don't carry guns.
Maybe 1%. Maybe 1%. But it's the Americans that carries guns.
I'm not saying that they are trying to prevent the foreigners from attacking them. I think they for some reason, I don't know why, even the welfare system that they have is more aggressive in such countries. It's only because they know the foreigners will get the welfare, so they make it more aggressive. They privatize everything. They make it. But if you look at European countries, the further north you go, the neater and stable everything is, and
Exactly.
nice
Yeah,
it
the
is.
stable. The
The further north you go.
Scandinavia is much more stable.
Very
Norway,
stable, right?
Denmark,
Yeah.
Finland,
I know
Sweden.
I know the funniest part of it. Most of these states that the shooting is so much, like Texas, their governor and their senator, we say, oh, we pray to God, to heal our land, and that. And you like
But
a sensible thing to do.
is there a state in a small
To
state
them, it's
like
worth the price. To them, it's
like
worth the price.
Connecticut?
That's why they are doing it.
Oh,
A small state,
Connecticut. Yeah,
a small
Connecticut.
state.
Connecticut. That thing happened to them, but today, Connecticut. I think it's a little more stable now
No,
than before.
a little bit down, but
Yeah.
they still have guns problem.
They still have gun problem. Yeah, they still have gun problem, but
Can you imagine such leaders? It's like a Nigerian leader waking up one morning, the next day they go to work knowing that if they don't do anything about a certain problem, 46,000 people will die that year. That is what American leaders are doing. They wake up every day, go to work, knowing that 46,000 people might die this year. They are fine with that. Some years it went over 50,000. They are fine with that because they think the price is worth paying.
Even when you go to the store now, you don't stay too long. You just gotta be careful and get out.
Somebody told me in the 90s that every day some people are dying in New York. I was in Nigeria then. He said a lady. He said every day there must be one person, at least one person.
It is true. It was the Mayor Giuliani that came to
that
clean up.
Yeah, that clean New York. Oh.
Yeah, it was true.
They see.
What kind of cleaning did he do when for the I don't know what cleaning he did because too many people are still dying in that country.
No, New York, Mayor of New York. New York was worse before Giuliani came. With the world knew about that. But what I'm asking is, you people in America, does this thing not give you stuff like the government consign?
America must be really, really big.
We are live every day.
They are laughing at me. They are laughing at me.
Nigeria has been involved in any of these things before in terms of getting caught up in it.
You just gotta be careful where you go and what you do. Just do what you gotta do.
Prince, have you heard that Nigerians are involved in any of these things before in terms of getting like a casualty or have done
the ones Nigerians are very much involved is killing their wives and the family. Like in Texas, they do that a lot. Yeah, they kill. Yes, they kill their wives.
A Nigerian professor was killed.
They will kill their wife, and instead of any other thing, they'll go to jail. They'll say instead of their wife to kick them out of their house or whatever, they'll just kill their wife and kill the wife. Probably the wife's mother. And
that is another thing again. Why is it that Nigerians, they always like kick you out of the house? I don't know that it may be here, but I don't think
the whole thing is from both. The whole thing is from both sides. I'm not saying like me. I'm not perfect, but to me, in order to avoid such a thing, be involved in your family. You understand? Some people will come, because we are busy. You are working, your wife is working, and then the children are there. And then you don't come back and you expect your wife to cook and then clean and then do this and do that. To me, you help the little that you can just to keep the peace. But some men, they have so much pride.
Prince, don't you think that sometimes when you leave Nigeria and travel to the US and as a Nigerian you are a couple there, chances are that the dynamics will change, the power structure will change, and the chances of it working out without any breakup is very, very slim because of it. No matter what you do.
Well, it all depends on, like, for instance, it depends on experiences. You understand? Now, it's better together than separate, especially when you have kids.
You have kids, yeah.
Yeah, in some cases it's almost impossible because, like, in some cases, the women, maybe let's say the woman is with you in Nigeria, and the power dynamics was like, in terms of the greater power was in the hands of the man. But when they go overseas, the dynamics change.
Yeah, you go humble yourself now. You go humble yourself.
Exactly. Even if you humble yourself, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. Even if the man understood that and humbles himself, the woman may not know how to wield the power and overdoes it, and boom, you still get an explosion. So in some cases, it's almost inevitable.
Yeah. Prince, let me say something. You see, the problem is about 75% more in our women's side than men. Because some of our men, when they are here, they know the system.
Of course.
They do everything. So by the time they go back home to marry and bring a woman in here, sometimes the woman will not go to school to become a nurse or a doctor or a pharmacist. The woman will start earning big money. Then you see her start having pride.
Yeah.
Pride.
You see, that's what I mean.
To start having pride for her own husband. Sometimes if her husband wants to sleep with her, and she'll start giving excuses. You go
get timetable. You go get timetable by force.
By force. So sometimes the man is coming to work, the woman is at home doing nothing, and she'll just be on the phone. The man will go take a shower and call me. The man will ask the wife, honey, where's my food? You say, the food is in the fridge. Now go help yourself. But meanwhile, before she became a nurse, she was doing all those things already.
Yeah.
Tell me. So by the time she's now a nurse, into the system, she's making a little money. Then she think that she's all and all. So when the man now reports her to her family, 90% of the women family back home, they are the one causing this problem. They will support their daughter. To me, I would advise the man not to report. Talk it out. Try to. I have an uncle. I have an uncle that lives in the Bronx. He's related to my mother. He and my mom are second cousins. This guy went to Nigeria in the early 90s. He came to America like in the early 80s. It's about 40-something to 50 years old in America. So he went to Nigeria, married this girl. This girl was a choir, and the father of this girl is a friend to him. But the dad is older than my uncle. So he married her and bring her down to America. So they were living and everything. Then later she became a nurse. By the time she started making round figure, she started having an attitude. And they have 3 boys. A serious attitude that my uncle now reported her to her family. Her family was now playing politics. Then she now brought her mom down to the US. So the mom now teamed up with her daughter, telling her that go build your own house, do this one, do that one. Then at the end, they kicked the man out of his own house.
Of course.
So because the man is not a violent man.
No, but Engineer Ken, let me ask you this. The house, who pays the mortgage? Is it not the man?
My brother,
but it shall live with you for 5 years. Automatically, she has a share.
Yeah, it's 50. It doesn't matter. You're gonna.
But she lived with you for more than 3 years. She's not. She's not a pass and pass.
She's entitled. Yeah.
To that house, even though her name is in or not.
Okay. What I'm trying to say, what I'm driving at is, now you are going to be paying mortgage, so you will leave the house and still be paying mortgage on that.
Yes.
Not saying anything.
Yes, you will even be praying. You will even be praying that. You will even be praying that after divorce you won't pay alimony. You will even be praying because you will also pay alimony.
So sometimes the guys cannot take that hit anymore.
Yep.
You know,
That's why they shoot their wives. They kill their wives.
my brother, just pray that your wife should be good, no matter a nagging wife and a bad
Yep.
wife that imitates what other people does. You know,
I had one horrendous case where this lady played it on our channel, and she was like, they were playing this. I think it was an Igbo guy speaking Igbo on the phone. He was calling police. I don't know whether any other person has seen it.
Okay, yes, I
Yeah.
watched it. In which he said,
Yeah, I really feel bad. I don't know how to feel, man, because the guy, I felt bad for him, but he just killed somebody, and he's still cross. He was still cross on the phone, still picking the body. Aye.
It's true.
Man, what this stuff does to people, man.
I think I watched it.
Some men are suffering in the hands
Do you
of
know-
their wife.
But I think, okay, let me say one thing that I think is quite important. I don't know whether it's happened already. We seriously need to set up a support organization for our people that are traveling, because we are traveling at higher and higher numbers now. And many of these people are going with family now too. That's another thing that is happening more. They're going with family now, and they are ending up in the West. The dynamics, nobody's supporting them to maintain stability.
What we can do is to fall back home, start talking to their family, talking to their father and their mother. Because some of
But
them
those
are
people
having
don't understand. Most people don't understand the West. They need organizations people that understand the West to intervene.
See, not really understanding the West. This is hard. You know, when Engineer Ken, you mentioned something and I want to sort of extrapolate it. You know, the thing is, the moment, because of the way things are in Nigeria, that their daughter, they sneak, send just $1, make una take buy rice. Yeah, this. Even if whatever that woman says, they're going to believe. Oh, the husband is killing me in America. He doesn't do this because they won't have the grant to say, why are you should have, but he sends them money. He sends money to them. It makes them comfortable. Take this to pay house rent. Take this to support this. So because of that money, there is nothing the other side will say they're going to agree. They will always support their daughter. So the thing is really a serious thing. But what I learned, what I want on the men's side, the thing is in Nigeria, because we are discussing as men, in Nigeria you can afford to say you go to work, you come back. You can go to one beer parlor, or even if in a street somewhere you are meeting your friends, you joke. When you come back, everything is done. At most, you have a housemaid if you can afford it, a middle class, all those things. I agree. But when you come to abroad, you see, in this thing called marriage, any arrangement that works for you people without an outsider knowing, that is what I support. I don't care whether you are the man. When you go home, now you the white carpet, she will be cleaning ceiling. I don't care. Any arrangement that works for you people, such that for 30, 20, nobody hears what. That is what I want to hear, because you are in abroad. Help yourself. Okay, in the end, if you iron the clothes in the house as a man, I used to do. You iron this one, iron this. It doesn't make you anything, because you are now saying that this is how we support ourselves in the Western world.
You got it right.
You can't afford to get a house help and pay. No way.
By the time you go pay him for hour, how many hours you won't give him?
House help, is so expensive.
You can't get house help to pay. Then not only that, how many rooms do you have that you are going to devote one? Say, okay, how many? Maybe on a way the US, where we say our sitting room here go be like your toilet. On our way to live. You see, once if their own, the whole garden can be one room in the US. So the thing is this, that's what I always tell people. I say, look, I don't always, what matters. That's why, just like what we have been discussing about countries, if you come in and any arrangement you feel that can work peacefully for two of you, I don't think so. In fact, let me tell you, whatever you do in your household, behind closed door you enter do, Either if it's a sacrifice, it is worth doing.
Just
If
do it. Yep.
if it is not a sacrifice, it is worth doing. Whatever
Yep.
it is that can bring, because in the end,
Peace.
it
Yep.
is two of you. It
It-
was two of you. Just live in peace and then carry on. I don't think there is a shame in anything. By the
I-
way,
There's
by
no
the way, some people go out. Some people go out as part of their work to go and help somebody who is disabled, maybe a white man. Help to clean, bed the person, do all this care work, do all this, and then you come to your house. It happened that one of your children, maybe you can be able to help because your partner, your wife is not at home. Can't you bet your children? Is it something?
Dr. Sef, you are talking about hiring. Okay, over here, nanny is different from house help. A nanny, oh my goodness, a nanny would not clean. A nanny will not clean. A nanny will not clean for you. No, they'll tell you that's not their job. That their job is just to look at your children.
A nanny will not bath your children.
He will not bath your children. He will not. He's just to look after your children.
They have babysitter, nanny, the house help.
Yeah. Then so if you don't want to manage yourself, then you go hire nanny or babysitter, and then hire cleaner. Now you be Dangote. You know,
and they are expensive.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
See,
very.
The only nanny that you will see here in the US that will be doing all those for you, it will be an African woman.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's not going to be official.
But that one go be under the table, because if not the one we don't open eye, one day, if not the one we don't open eye, one day he go tell you, he go even invite police come for you. Tell them say you the use them.
But this open eye just our black man's the way we wicked ourselves. Indians, they live together. You see the way they help themselves.
Dr. CM, initially when I had my daughter, it was an Indian that was doing nanny for us. All of a sudden, okay, she did it 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The fourth month, she tell me, say, we go increase her pay. I check this thing. I say, increase your pay. This is a woman that I was paying. I think I was paying her 300 every week. She said, we'll go increase them. And the 3 weeks, this thing where they tell you, only 6 hours. I'm not picking the day there. Only 6 hours. You understand? Play. I think the woman they play. She tell me, say I go increase and say if I not increase and say she no do again. Now look, I tell my wife I beg. Instead my picking go nanny. Make it kukuma go daycare. I go not say I they pay for daycare. Case closed. Case closed.
Okay.
You know,
let's see if Niger Watch is still around, because we have been here going to how many hours? So
the money you they pay in the pay tax. How do you check the tax?
No, under the table.
Under the table. Take over or something. Niger Watch, are you there?
Niger Watch. Now make we go sleep.
Because he put this chat, so if I start handing over to anybody else, so he's
all right.
So Engineer Ken, take over California. Okay, you.
Yeah, it looks like
thank you.
Maybe somebody else wants to take over.
Let's round up my
people. They don't want to go home and Niger Watch.
I know, but
Engineer Ken, Shana California, are you there?
No. I live for Big Apple.
You there where?
I live for Big Apple.
Big Apple.
Okay.
Big
Oh,
Apple.
New York, the Big Apple. Okay. Oh,
I saw you are even 3 hours ahead of me. So on a day, I'm in California. Okay. So you are even in 11. You are 11 over there. Almost 12. Almost 12. Where we did to 9.
So now
New York. Now New York the whole money day. That's why I hear saying that New York the whole money.
No, Cali get money. Cali get money. Yes, so
let's round up now. Let's round up.
Okay.
Tomorrow is another day.
Yes, we'll be coming back again later by 6 p.m. So, you
all right, Mr. Elvis. Thank you. You don't try.
Thank
you. Don't try.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Engineer.
Niger Watch.
Thank you.
Good night, Niger Watch.
To Niger, thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mama HO, and everyone, Mr. Prince. Thank you. Everyone right there in the comment section, and God will bless you now. So we got to go right now. Mommy Diaspora and everyone. Thank you for your support. Continue to support us. We're gonna be here by 6 p.m. Fingers crossed. We're gonna have our mandate back. Fingers crossed. Thank you and bye for now. God bless you, my people.
Yeah, good night.